All right. Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are back as we are every week, almost every week. Asterisks incoming. Uh, anyway, hello. Thank you for joining us, all our regular viewers and any new people. For the new people, we are a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition stream set in my own campaign setting, my own world. We are just kicking off a brand new story arc, so if you're getting in now, you're getting in on the ground floor, even though it is episode 11. We had a sort of extended prologue where we wrapped up the previous story arc and dealt with some downtime and some consequences of everything that happened previously. But we are just starting off our new campaign, so welcome to that. It's going to be exciting. So, let's start right off with the introductions because I wanna get right into this. Uh, I would say, uh, if you enjoy what we're doing, check out all the cards underneath, or if you're on YouTube, all the stuff in the descriptions. We got a growing Discord. We've got a Patreon, both of which will be seeing codex entries very soon. I actually posted the two first ones on Patreon, so you can find those there. And you can get updates for everything on social, and more about that later. So check out the People's Ascension on all of the places. Anyway, I think we're doing a lot better this week. We had a little bit of a rough session last week, but I think we're all doing much better. I am super excited for getting things ready. So, let's say hello to all of our players. Who do we want to start off with this week? Who is not ready for the spotlight? Let's start with Arlene. Hello, Arlene.
Hello, that is me. I am Arlene. I play Tolly, who is a Tempest cleric. She's a wood elf, who was not born, raised in a human orphanage. Um, and oh yeah, her deity is Archelage, but more specifically Saint Lewena, the patron saint of elves, and she is one half of our group's so-called Tempest twins.
All
That's it.
right, very good. Yeah. Storm throwing cleric.
Yep. Lightning
Uh,
calling, shattering, stuff
it's been
like
a
that.
while since we've had a good shatter.
It comes up when it needs to.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
just keep it that way.
We'll hopefully we'll have some time to shine with Tali in the upcoming episodes. All right, Christian, hello.
What's up?
You play this game sometimes.
Not really.
Yeah.
I think this game plays me more often than not. But when I do play, occasionally I am role playing as a interesting, developing character who I'm really not sure in which direction he's going to go.
Hmm.
But yeah, I play Omen, the Rom frost giant descendant from Romvir, new to the group and keeper of horses.
Yes. And perhaps soon to be chef. Uh, Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie. We're just gonna let that slide. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm Stephanie. I'm playing Sebgi. She's a human sorcerer. She's the other half of the Tempest twins, and I feel like I have to mention it every time, but it's wrong.
This. Yep.
And yeah, so
Yeah. A bronze dragon ancestry
yeah.
descendant from the far off eastern province of Balhest. Balhest or Yeah, Balhest. Yeah, the other storm-throwing sorcerer half of the Tempest Twins. All right. Taylor, hello.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I play Keela, the Goliath Bloodhunter of the Lycan Order. And despite all evidence to the contrary, she does not hate the other members of the party. She can
Good
be
to
a bit.
know.
She can be a bit grumpy though.
With due cause, at least lately.
Lately, yeah.
Kayla has her reasons.
I think she wasn't doing as bad, and then things happened, and it's like, no, we're back to that again.
I've been a bad GM.
No.
Bloodhunters.
I could say that you had, but you haven't. But yeah, no. People find out more about her and about her shit as things go on.
Yeah, the redemption personal story arc. Very excited.
She says so.
And, of course, wrapping us up, Steven.
Yes, last and least, I play Ander, the half-elf warlock. Warlocks in general in this world are very, very illegal. They are not recognized magic users, so generally speaking, he has to keep a very low profile. He is a follower of the Far One Zadok, a wily, all-knowing, seemingly creature out in the reaches of space, from the best we can tell. And Zadok and the powers he grants tend to take a very eldritch, horror, Lovecraftian bent. And he's generally accompanied by his familiar Redna, who is a small brain in an oily blob, can shapeshift, also generally do eldritch horror bents. And is generally Andrew's generally the party face, I suppose.
All right. Just wrapping up some last-minute administrative nonsense. Which I... There we go. Good start. Okay. This distracted guy right here, I am Jack, also known as Like-Near, or Like-Near Levels on the various places on the internets. I, of course, am the DM. I pull all the strings in the background and control all the really annoying NPCs that like to make my players' lives difficult. Anyway, when I am not here doing all of this and driving these people crazy, I play other games, other streams. Made a lot of new friends in the streaming community. First of which, you can catch me Tuesdays at 7 o'clock over on twitch.tv/Studio Tembo. That's also down below. Where, I'll be playing Star Trek Adventures with my new friend Jeff Harvey. I am the commanding officer on the USS Europa. Very fun game. We are 2 episodes in. We'll be doing our 3rd episode this upcoming Tuesday. Very, very fun game. I am loving it. And the next day, Wednesdays, over with my new friend ELH, we are playing Cyberpunk Red at 8 o'clock Eastern. Where I am playing a Netrunner. We will also be having our 3rd game this upcoming week. Very, very fun there. Just kicking off the story arc. So let's dive into this game because we have a lot going on. Or we have a lot that's about to go on. So, let's see. I was going to try to mix up the, how we do recaps with individual scenes, but we had a lot of group scenes last game. So let's just go as normal, and I'll stop people if I feel like it. So who wants to recap last week? What do we do?
Someone else can get started. I might chime in. I was out.
Yeah, we were a little out of it. All of us were a little out of it last week.
Yeah, I even rewatched the episode to try and remind myself, and I can't remember anything.
Well, we started with Malkazir, grave walking out of the grave.
Yeah.
Right, and essentially contracting us out as officially we're on guard duty for his little excavation site in the Fields of Peace, though unofficially and hush-hush under the table, there are suspicions that the Cult of Worms?
The Cult of Worms.
Yay, got it right. Cult of Worms is trying, it has infiltrated, or is trying to infiltrate, because there's stuff there that would be of interest to Andrasha Deed and the undead apocalypse that he is trying to bring about. So we're unofficially there to try and suss that out and prevent said apocalypse.
Because of Shiloh, a general
Right,
who was
whose
dead and
weapon is
most
buried
likely
in-
buried there.
It's not buried there. It's buried
She
in the
is,
pod.
but her weapon's not.
Because we know exactly where it is.
Yeah.
I
So
remember that.
we agreed to that. Let Regina know what's going on. There's a whole paperwork bit. Headed out road to the Fields of Peace. There were some RP moments. Ander had a awkward study session, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. With Luteth,
Yep.
the elven wizard of the Chance Encounters.
Yeah, well, y'all say it was awkward.
It was,
They did what they.
It was awkward,
yeah.
but it was always going to be.
And it was great.
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh, it was great. But it was always going to be awkward.
Two people
We
very
kept it
awkwardly
awkward.
dancing around, committing to anything.
Well, we'll see if he comes back from this alive anyway. So.
Yeah, we had that. We had a scene with Aquila and her mentor Adderhast to sort of clear things up, try to lighten the air a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it ended. I think it went well.
Okay, good.
There was she didn't end up angry over it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably ended up feeling a little. It probably worked how he hoped.
All right. Yeah, sort of just reaffirming the you're not being set up to fail. And yeah, start off the redemption story arc, as well as tips for, just because we say you're not allowed to use your powers doesn't mean we expect to die and yada yada. So I think that went well, and then Regina called the whole group in and sort of wrapped up the mentality of both those conversations, which essentially boiled down to, you guys are all a group, you guys are all a family now. You've been traveling for a long time together, minus Omen, the new guy, and a lot of the secrets and weird complications are out in the air. It is time for you guys to take responsibility for each other and support each other and bond.
I'm sure we'll do.
Yeah.
Damn it, we need team bonding exercises.
Get some trust falls going.
Let's all go on a retreat.
Yeah. I'm not sure that would be a great idea.
We can all go to the Honeyed Horizon and do a.
No, we're not going back there. Ever.
I'm sure they do team.
Climb to the top of the tree and jump off
It'll
and
be
ask
fun.
if he
It's
left
under-
moment to catch me.
It's under Arcane Census control now.
I don't care. I don't want to go back there.
Totally kosher.
Yeah.
Definitely no brainwashing involved anymore.
I don't want to go back there again.
We don't want to face the consequences of our actions.
I think it would
I
be
didn't
terrible.
even shoot there. I just ran.
But yeah, so after our little teamwork pep talk, there was a brief interlude at Milzer's.
There was Milzer's, the crazy old man gnome who somehow sells weird magic items.
We love his stupid magic items.
Even though, officially, according to the
tomato
Arcane
slinger.
Census, it's very difficult to procure and legally sell magic items, even weird lesser magic items like the ones he has. But he always has some in stock.
He does.
Sell them for cheap.
Either some form of deity or far one in disguise. And then
I know.
probably
He's like
some weird
he's something else.
multiverse.
Lorraine did tell Omen to avoid Milzer. It was a weird shop, probably not the place to go.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the party loves going there.
Yeah, well, Lorraine also.
Lorene's
doesn't
like,
trust
stay away
either,
from
so,
Milzer's.
you know,
The rest of the group's, hey, let's go to Milzer's.
She's
Mm-hmm.
not a great
Yep.
character, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after our brief interlude at Milzer's, where we picked up some new stupid magic items, for the most part.
We love those stupid.
I actually quite like mine.
Do they have their uses?
The photosynthesis cape.
Yeah,
Mhm.
specifically the part about not having to eat is kind of nice if you're out in the sun long
Mhm.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, and it just works with your armor too.
Yeah.
Does.
We settled on the road for Fields of Peace. Uneventful trip. Got there as soon as the horse's hooves touched the, crossed the barrier, or the part where the grass dies and it's just dead
Mhm.
ground. Yeah, I mean, border kind of, but it's more distinct. That was what I was trying to imply.
Yeah.
Because there's just a hard line where the grass stops, and there is blighted ground, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
They started freaking the hell out. Got him under control, got to the excavation site, introduced ourselves and our stated mission. Omen ended up taking the horses back outside of the perimeter because it was fairly obvious that they probably were not going to remain under control if they had to stay there the whole night.
They were very
and we
upset
set up-
horses.
And we set up plans to have,
Yeah.
there was people swapping out the next day, because you can only stay in the Fields of Peace and the excavation site for so long at a time before it starts to affect you. I believe 9 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there were people swapping out in the morning, and we were going to send the horses and cart along with them. And yeah, and that's where we left off, was Omen heading out with the horses, the rest of us going to set up camp near the excavation site, and try and come up with a plan to figure out if there are any Cult of Worm members around here.
Yeah. All right.
And if the orc running the place is, or half orc running the place is actually Malkazir in disguise.
Yes,
You're hoping she isn't because she's totally his type.
the lead archaeologist at this site, the arcanist Makaba
Yeah.
Agani, a half-orc woman.
That's what it is.
I
I was
did.
trying to figure out how to pronounce that last name because it's like you did not name her Agony.
No, I didn't. It's Makaba Agani.
Honey?
Okay.
Honey. Okay.
Yeah, I made a slight alteration to the skin color of the image to make it a bit more. It's still not right, but it's as close as I'm gonna get.
Okay.
Yeah, half-orc
Belly button
woman.
is super cute.
Hmm?
The button piercing. It's super cute.
Yeah, half-orc woman. Has a bunch of piercings, has a bunch of spiky tribal tattoos that go all up and down the arm, over the chest, down her chest, and even sort of spread out over the top of her midriff, which is exposed. She has this really nice sort of circlet torque thing that extends down into a basic wrap. There is a nice shiny opal at the center of that. She has a fairly simple headdress, sort of, that just drapes down across the shoulders, and a rather nice long skirt. She is clearly not one of the workers on the site. Not a digger, really. Maybe if she needs to, she'll go over and she'll
The boss lady.
help out. But yeah, she's the boss lady. She's the head archivist. She runs the place and keeps records and whatnot. Anyway, I think that just about covers everything we managed to do last session. Unless anyone has anything to add. So, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys as to where we want to start, or how we want to start. To set the scene, you have really just arrived at this excavation site on the northeastern border of the Fields of Peace. The Fields of Peace being an ancient, devastated battleground area from the Mad King's War, or the Etrian War, the Genovite Revolution, which happened a good 1,500 years ago, give or take 50 years. And some ancient super weapon went off, or exploded, or something, and caused this huge area, a good 100-mile diameter area, to just be completely blighted. Nothing grows there. The ground is dry and gray and cracked. There's dead, petrified trees and crumbling, decayed ruins that are about all that's left of what was once the center of the Etrian Elven Kingdom. You guys are about a mile or two into the border of the Fields of Peace. It is suffuse with mostly necromantic energy, but has an underlying magical essence of all of the schools of magic, with necromancy peaking a bit. You definitely get this sort of cold, uneasy feeling for anybody who's more attuned to the arcane weave. This site is made up of a dozen or so tents, as well as the very large sort of archival tent where they keep all of the findings. There is and that is sort of built around, all of these tents are built around a hill, an artificial hill that has 3 smaller hills built into that one artificial hill. I'll flip up that picture. Nope. Covering secrets. And around that hill, of course, archaeology is happening. There are blocked off sections that are further gridded by twine. You've seen about a dozen or so living people moving around, helping with gridding things off and labeling grids, and most notably commanding quite a few undead servants. Mostly the zombie variety, still well preserved, but it's not just a bunch of skeletons clattering about. These zombies are responsible for most of the unskilled manual labor, getting down to the archaeologically important layer, and then the people will come over and do the real precise digging and brushwork and all of that. So you have the undead, you have the sort of assistants and archivists that are running about, and then there's the lead archaeologist, Makaba Agani, who said that she has another 5 archaeologists that are part of this team. Not all of them are on site at the moment because people need to constantly be filtering in and out so that the necromantic energies of the Fields of Peace don't start degrading people. It's only been within this last year that people wouldn't just straight up die when they walked into this area, or at least shortly after. So the group finds itself, Sans Omen, at the center of this archaeology site. Omen has just recently, I'll let you decide how long it's been depending on where we want to pick up. Omen has just recently left with both the horses and the cart because they are not happy with staying in the Fields of Peace. So he's going to camp outside that border and wait for the next day when reinforcements are cycling in and out. So, where do we want to open up? What would you guys like to do?
So at this point, is there still a fair bit of activity going on around the camp? People starting work activity, or people starting to kind of finish up?
Yeah, it's into the evening, so people are starting to finish up. The undead workforce, of course, can just pretty much keep going nonstop, but people have to remain there to supervise and command. For the most part, at this stage, the undead are being told to stop what they are doing, and they are being corralled in this other sort of penned off area where they keep them when they're not doing anything important. And then the actual living people, the assistants and archivists, will go down and do a final survey of the area, see if they missed anything important, take notes. There's a number of artists who are doing sketches of the ground. Then any artifacts that haven't been cataloged are taken to the archivist tent and cleaned, put together, whatever may need to be put together. Also documented, drawn, cataloged. But for the most part, any major outside activity is wrapping up.
Okay. How big is this camp? Ish.
It sort of swoops around the southeastern corner of this mound. So, I mean, all in all, it's probably 400 feet or so of an arc.
So does that mean that from one end of the camp you can't actually see the other end because it's blocked by the mound?
It is partially blocked by the mound, and also, tents are constantly in the way of your direct line of sight.
All right.
You mean, how tall are the tents?
I mean, the living space tents, and they're not really just personal camping tents or adventuring tents like you guys have. They're sort of long-term use tents, so they're about the size of a normal small house. I mean, they're probably a good 8-10 feet high.
Okay. Fair.
I'm actually going to take a walk around the camp. specifically on the pretense of just kind of getting a lay of, walking the perimeter, kind of seeing what's around, getting the lay of the camp and the land. But while I'm walking around, specifically while I'm kind of near people, and this is actually probably something I would like to essentially set up as just a constant thing that happens whenever I'm around the camp, as sort of a standing order. Have Redna not out, but out of the kidney bean, like, kind of hiding somewhere underneath the cloak. But I know he can only get surface thoughts from people, but have him kind of monitoring surface thoughts when there are people around, specifically for keywords Cult of Worms, Gastrea, and Droshadid.
Okay. I will say he only gets surface level thoughts when he's particularly looking for them, and as long as the people aren't, consciously trying to keep their thoughts in line.
Well, would he would he pick up on if someone was actually, trying really hard to hide their thoughts?
I mean, you might find it unusual if Redna doesn't sense anything. I mean, even if Redna doesn't sense any particular actual verbal thoughts, they would still pick up brain activity, unless, of course, there is no brain activity.
Well, that would kind of be
I mean, you've come across people. I mean, it hasn't really come up in this particular instance with a Redna scan, but you've come across people that almost certainly wouldn't be openly projecting their thoughts. Redna would not be able to read Malkazir at all. Even, I'd say, like, Regina on mission, you probably couldn't get a read from. In her desk, when she's scatterbrained, you'd probably be fine.
Well, that's fair, but I would consider that almost a clue in and of itself, that if these people who are on an archaeological dig
Sure.
and don't know that something bad is happening, are that focused on hiding things, maybe that's someone with ulterior motives.
Sure, yeah.
Additionally, if I can find a spot where I, am hidden from view, I'd like to try and cast Detect Magic as I'm walking around too, just to see if... I know there's the one tent that Makaba's got that probably has, reeks of magic. But if I pick anything up from any of their tents, especially anything necromantic, that might be kind of a red flag too. Since I'm guessing these people are probably supposed to be... Oh, sorry.
Let me remind you, you did a Detect Magic near the end of the last session, and you did notice that the entire area was sort of suffused with magical energy.
Right.
Close enough you could probably pick up individual sources, but it is kind of like a low-laying static that's going to mess with your Detect Magic.
Right, but that's kind of why I'm doing the walk through the camp, is to try and get myself close to various things.
Okay.
But my logic being that they're probably not supposed to be holding stuff in their tent. They're probably supposed to be taking it to that main tent for analysis. So anyone possibly hoarding or storing things might also be someone to watch out for.
Okay. Tali, I would say with your urchin background, if you want to walk around with Ander, you could get a lay of the area.
I sure do.
I had wanted to walk around too, try listening for conversations, or even do some lip reading if I can.
Do you want to go all grouped together in one clump or split off?
No, I was going to go on my, tour around the camp on my own.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to make it at least look
It'll
like
be easier to hear other people if I don't have people with me.
Okay. Anything Sevgi would like to do?
One second, I got another swamp.
Okay, so... Let me see how all of these things are going to stack themselves up. Okay, so, Ander and Tali, moving about this small site. I would say at this point, most of the activity is going between the mound, the surrounding archaeological sites, and the archivist tent, and then another equally large tent with food smells coming out of it. So it's all sort of going in one of those three directions. So you can kind of mill around that point, but I assume, at least Ander, you sort of want to, and really Tali, to get a general understanding of the whole area, want to get away from that area and move your way through some of the smaller work tents and perhaps the personal tents.
Specifically, probably detect magic would be around the personal tents.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking if someone's hiding something, that would be where it is.
Right.
And if people are kind of congregating away from them, then it's the perfect time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. This isn't going to be a high DC, but go ahead and make a stealth check for finding a place for doing this this warlock spell. Okay. Easy enough. So since you are here on guard duty, it makes sense that you would just sort of be milling around, keeping an eye on things. A few of the workers here do sort of give you a sort of suspicious side eye, because you've only really introduced yourself to that one sort of spastic kid. I say kid, he's in his early 20s, and Makiba, but you really haven't introduced yourself to anybody else, and they haven't had the chance to really disseminate this information. So you get a number of people looking about like, why are there, armored and otherwise people decked out in all kinds of crazy stuff moving around our site. But nobody really bothers you. And in short order, you move away from...
Tali would wave to people that are looking. Just, hey.
A number of
them
them
about our business.
Sort of awkwardly wave back. But in short order, you get out of this sort of traffic area that they're moving about and start weaving around the exterior of the site and in between some of the tents, and you can stop real briefly between two tents where you got some shade and nobody really seems to be around, and you can cast your detect magic. I've described it almost every time you've used it this way in the past, so I'm going to stick to it. Your eyes gloss over with that oily black color while you're using detect magic.
Yeah, I like that flavor anyway.
Mm-hmm. Just as Lorene's eyes would gloss over with that sort of sparkly arcane blue color. But you can walk around with your detect magic. I believe it does last, 10 minutes with concentration, with anything within 30 feet. I will say that is being reduced a little bit because of this sort of background static, arcane static you're getting. So, I mean, probably within, 20 feet is good. But that's still more than enough. If you're walking right past a tent, you can look into the tent and see if you notice anything.
And if the tents are just canvas or something like that, it doesn't block.
Let's see. 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal or a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt will block this scan. But you shouldn't really have to worry about any of that. So, you take, I mean, probably a good hour or so moving about this area. Aquila will take an equal amount of time. You move about this area, and you do notice, of course, there is that underlying arcane static with the peak of necromantic energy. You do notice within a number of the smaller tents that you assume are just for sort of personal, camping, personal domiciles at this point. You notice six of them do have a small arcane blip on your detect magic that has they each have abjuration, but some of them have a mixture of evocation, transmutation, and or necromancy on them. You see a few more sources that have fairly minor magical effects. You see a small transmutation source. You see 2 small transmutation sources. 5 evocation sources. Two abjure. No, you don't see those. Around some of the tents, the bigger tents that are used for cataloging or storage of various things, you do detect, I believe it's an abjuration effect. Yes, you detect an abjuration effect.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course, on the large tent, the large sort of main archival tent you found Makuba in, you do get a I want to say it's transmutation. I mean, you know what the effect is. It's you sense Tiny Hut. It's basically a modified version of Tiny Hut.
Right.
Which isn't in the book as Tiny Hut. It's in the book as...
Leomin's Tiny Hut.
Hmm?
It's
Leomin's Tiny Hut, yes.
Which is actually evocation.
It's evocation? Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's
Force
a force
effects.
effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's about all you find. You do find 3 necromancy sources. Of course, the sort of corral where all the undead is just suffused with necromancy.
Imagine that.
And you do get some arcane read from most people you pass by as you are doing this, ranging from all of the schools of magic, including necromancy.
The 3 3 pure just necromancy, nothing else. Are they inside personal tents or?
They are each within one of the larger tents that seems to be suffused with a abjuration effect.
Essentially. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You're at an excavation site run by wizards. There's lots of magic about.
I expected as much. And like I said, the abjuration effects combined with other things make perfect sense. People probably knowing where they're going. It was just trying to see if any of the personal tints had something that pinged of just necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it would be a clue, not a smoking gun. But okay, yes, a thought.
Yeah, definitely a good thought. Yeah.
I suppose, yeah. After the walk's done, are people still eating, or have they kind of cleared out from there now?
At this point, most of them would be setting down for their evening meal.
I guess maybe actually go. I want to say go into the food tent, but we're not really part of the excavation, so I don't really want to go and help myself to their food. But actually, no. I'm gonna go into the tent, the food tent. Probably just kind of sit and maybe chat with people. Kind of, as you said, most of them have no idea why we're here, so kind of introduce ourselves maybe a little bit, and use that as to get Redna close to people and kind of have him. Like I said, just do sort of quick scans, especially once we tell people, like, oh yeah, we're just here on guard duty.
Okay.
I imagine that might trigger something, possibly. Obviously, I'm not telling them details, but...
Okay. Now, do keep in mind that Rena does have to be mostly out of the kidney bean to be able to sense people. And likewise, is outside the kidney bean. But, yeah, I mean, you can keep them more or less hidden under your robes, under your robes.
I don't know, I envision this him, like, perched on the bag under his coat, essentially, or around it or something.
Okay. We'll get back to that. We'll leave you there. At the... Was there anything Tali wanted to do during this surveying of the area?
I'm setting myself up for something.
Honestly, she's probably just literally surveying. Are there any, like, does she find anything interesting at all while on this walk?
There is one rather large, petrified, gnarled tree that some of the tents are around. There is actually a lantern hanging off of it, which as soon as it gets down to a certain light level, it turns on. Going around the exterior of the site, you notice off in the distance of this necrotic plain, you do see more of these petrified trees and other sort of crumbling buildings and ruin sites. Make a perception check.
Okay. Dang it, where'd my character sheet go? There it is. Perception check. Okay. Ooh.
Okay.
Got an artificial 20.
Quite a ways out. You get the sense that you might see some subtle movement between some of the ruins. Way out there. I mean, to the point where you're not able to see individual people. You just out of the corner of your eye think maybe a stone fell or a branch of a tree breezed, moved in the breeze, or maybe there's something there. You don't see anything distinct because it is miles away, but it is relatively flat, so you can see for miles.
Did Ander see that too, or is it just me?
Anders busy paying attention inwardly, so I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Darn. I'll have to remember that. What direction was that in?
That is, you notice that while you're at the sort of southernmost area of this tent site, looking south westwardly back towards
Okay.
sort of the center of the Fields of Peace. You would assume that it would be very dangerous, if not absolutely deadly, for a living person to be that far in without some substantial magical protection. And Ander is right next to you. You guys are moving together, so if you want to point it out or have a conversation, you are there.
I would probably just like, hey, I think I saw something over there. Might want to be a little more alert while we're out here. Yeah.
And
I mean, it's
you
miles
weren't
away,
able to,
right?
you weren't able to make out any details, right? You just saw
Mm.
hint of movement kind of thing.
Yeah, it was kind of out of the corner of my eye too. So, I mean, it could have been a branch, it could have been a creature. So,
When we passed by here before,
A movement.
I think Keela saw something out moving around too. I mean, I believe that
way out there too.
it was mentioned that there were things that had managed to survive the fields. Nothing that would be any fun to run into, I'm sure.
That seems kind of creepy.
Well, we are here on guard duty, and that is a believable story, so there must be something out there that people would need guarding from. Also, this is
I guess we'll just have to.
giant dead zone. I think creepy kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Kind of
Keep an
looks
eye open
over
for
at
that
the
stuff, though. Hope it won't get
corral of zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Case in point.
Well, those guys are on our side, so.
Still creepy. I think I'd be more alarmed at something that's not creepy around here. You see a fuzzy white rabbit hopping around, then I'm concerned.
I will also add on to that 20 you got when Ander points out the zombie pit. They, of course, all are clothed in simple but whole tunics. They're not just walking around with whatever raggedy gear they raised from the grave from. Yeah, they have basic tunics on, wide range of genders and races and whatnot. And you notice that on each of them, on
Explosive collar.
You do notice actually on the forehead, like right on the center of the forehead, you see a magical rune just like stamped, like branded into their forehead.
What does that remind me of?
Like Tolly's? Well,
No.
Tolly's is a gem, not a rune, so.
It does have a very faint, sort of purplish glow, similar to Sevgi's under eye tattoo. Not the same design, but similar.
Zombie.
Hmm?
Except the zombie. Keep her alive.
Preserved zombie I've ever seen.
It's a tattoo. It's a preservation rune to keep her from rotting in front of us.
So, on the other side of camp,
I'm guessing I don't know enough about actual legit magic to know exactly what that rune's for. I have guesses, but
make a history check.
history?
Yes. History or Arcana. I'll give you either.
I mean, they're same
Okay.
difference.
Yeah, you're really not sure.
Yeah, fair.
The Arcane Census does like to leave their mark on anything magical, like literally, as Sevgi is evident. So, Keela, moving about the area. I assume you, however, are sticking to where everybody is moving about, and will eventually find yourself in the sort of food tent as well.
Yeah, probably. Like I said, that's the nice thing about sort of the way your hearing works and whatnot. She can keep at somewhat of a distance, so it doesn't seem like she would be able to listen in.
Right.
And the lip reading too. So yeah, she's sort of keeping to where people are, but not like looming over them.
Mm-hmm.
Loom.
She's probably very good at looming.
I mean, you're a bodyguard. You're supposed to be Loomy.
No, I'm a guard.
Well, yeah, I guess not a body's guard. You're guarding multiple bodies, like all the bodies in this tent. So, plural.
Actually, knowing Malkazir, you're probably guarding the site more than the bodies in it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, like I said, that's why I was like, no, I'm a guard.
Malkazir doesn't
So
care about the
anybody knows.
bodies. He could just raise those again.
Well, I mean, he cares about them as resources.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want the bodies destroyed.
Anyway, go ahead and make me 2 perception checks, actually. 1 visual and 1 with advantage for hearing.
Sure. Okay, so perception. Not amazing. Perception. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for the most part, people are moving in and about those 3 areas I mentioned. You get a lot of just professional talk from most of the people, talking about some of the finds they made today. A number of pottery shards, some combs, some nails, some coins, pieces of weaponry, some spearheads, some sword hilts. Some of them talking about how frustratingly direct you need to be with zombies, or really any sort of undead. Most of the people here seem fairly excited for their work. A few of them seem tired and maybe even frustrated. You do notice once you get into the cafeteria tent, after a while, Makiba does come in, stop by one of the tables where there are 3 people sitting together, each of them outfitted nicer than the general workforce. Goes over to them, has a quick conversation, more just professional talk. Hey, what did you find today? Hey, did you clean artifact? Yada yada yada. Where did you store this thing? I want this report by tomorrow morning. Goes over to some of the other tables and just checks on some of the people. Goes up, grabs some food, and actually takes it outside of the tent. You notice those 3 sitting together are you take it they are the 3 of the archaeologists underneath Makiba, who are sort of supervising the area and doing more of the professional work. that are, again, talking more professional stuff. Yeah, that's about all you pick up, unless you have any specific questions.
Um, said about left, right?
Yes.
Any chance I could try this or tail her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy about it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Okay. Roll a stealth check.
Yep. See how this goes. Whoa, about as good as I thought it was going to.
Okay. Yeah, it's difficult in this area to move all that stealthy. The grass or not even grass, the ground is dry and cracked. It crumbles and shifts under your feet. There's stones every now and then that you have to move around or risk kicking. Sometimes some small petrified branches that will snap. And you are a large person. A large, very distinct person.
Yep, I know.
And yeah, you follow her from a distance outside of the tent, of the cafeteria tent, and see her moving about. She does seem to be walking down towards one of the not the smaller tents, but the sort of medium-sized tents.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get very far before you do make some noise. You step on a twig, and that kind of causes you to, oh shit, I'm not being quiet, and that stumbles you over into one of the tents, and you brush up against the burlap, and it makes that like scratchy sound. And she turns around, not like she's all that alarmed or anything. She just turns around to see what's going on and sees you there and gives you a nod and just keeps walking. You can continue following her. She does go into one of these larger tents.
Yeah. Sure I will. Not much point in trying to be sneaky now, though.
Yeah. So you just follow her into the tent?
Oh, well, I can't really not because it's a tent. But it's like, don't want to just barge in, would ask for permission to enter first.
Okay. Yeah, these tents, unlike the main archival tent and the cafeteria tent, the flaps are down. They're not tied up, so you will have to sort of open up the flap and call in if that is your intent.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can open it up and say hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, what did you say your name was?
I don't believe I did. Well, no, because I think I did not introduce myself last time.
Mm-hmm. She sits down behind a desk with a tray of food.
I'm just trying to understand what's going on here.
Here in particular?
How much... Well, wanted to understand how much other people understand of what's going on.
I'm not sure I follow.
I know. I'm not sure how much you know.
Right. Well, I am in charge of this site. I should know about pretty much everything that goes on here.
Yeah. So I'm trying to remember what we did discuss with her last week and what we didn't.
Not much, really. You're here on guard duty. That's about it.
I So she didn't know that we were coming.
No. But she wasn't really all that surprised.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't know that we were coming, but you weren't surprised. Is there any reason for that?
This is a difficult, dangerous region. I assumed it would be prudent. We are capable of defending ourselves, but I can understand Malkazir's attachment to this site and the
But this is an
resources
area
he's
that
thrown into
few
it.
people would be willing to enter anyway.
Few living people.
You expect undead?
I don't not expect undead.
Well, that's not really an answer. Look, I want to be able to do my job well.
Internal politics aside, there are plenty within and without the Arcane Census who would be interested in the work we are doing here. And some of the resources we have thrown into this project. On top of that, even though the Fields of Peace are named such under the misnomer that nothing can survive here to disrupt that peace, that isn't necessarily true.
I saw something moving out there once before.
That is not entirely surprising.
Do you know what sort of things?
Dangerous things? They don't tend
Do
to
you have-
leave the Fields of Peace.
Yes, but I had wondered if you had any more specific ideas.
No.
Okay. Does she sound honest?
Make an insight check.
Okay. Eh.
Yeah, she sounds
seems
honest.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, she seems fine.
You get the sense that she seems honest to the extent that you're also being super flighty about this conversation.
I get part of it is because I just can't remember what we did last week. I'm sorry.
Yes, you
I
would.
still am sick.
You would know that she does not know about the Cult of Worms.
Okay.
You were specifically told by Malkazir not to mention the Cult of Worms.
Okay.
He doesn't want it brought up for a number of mostly political reasons. The group was sent by Malkazir under contract with the Arcane Census to provide security for the site.
Okay.
And that's about all you said.
Okay. Fair
And
enough.
that's about all Malkazir said anyone at the site needed to know.
Okay.
On top of any constraints you have about yourself or what you do from your own personal stuff.
To be fair, she hasn't
Oh,
even
you're a
told
blood
her name.
Hmm?
Remember, she hasn't even told her name.
Yeah,
so.
I know. Yeah.
Very well. Thank you for your time. I'm curious though, where are you from? Because you're clearly not a local.
I could ask the same of you, but I have spent most of my time in Genavia, but my parents, and I suppose myself when I was quite young, were from the southern reaches of Ulster.
I think.
Further back than
Cat.
yet. Ah. Well, we are quite far from home.
Yes. Though, It seems you think that this, in some ways, more as your home.
Yes. I'm a Genovian citizen.
I am not.
That is how I
I have not
identify at this
even-
point.
I have not been in Genovia that long.
There are a few places that can boast the same amount of resources. Though Sanket is one of them.
Very different atmosphere there, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for your time, and use yourself.
I appreciate you checking up on me. Yeah, in this tent, you do see a number of... Because I assume you just looked around and surveyed the area. Yeah, it looks like she's going over some paperwork while she's having dinner.
Mm-hmm.
There's a desk with a number of drawers that she opens up and takes some papers out of and some ink and pens out of. There's a table with a number of chests on top that are very clearly locked. And there is another long table behind her at the rear of the tent that looks like it has a glass top that you can lift up, and you can just make out, largely because of your height, that there does seem to be a number of artifacts in there that have little tags on them. You can't make out much of anything all that important. But you can head on out. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I didn't necessarily expect anything to come of it, but I figured I'd try.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Ander, you were just chatting with people, introducing yourself?
Yeah, pretty much. Just casual conversation. Like I said, just trying to get a feel for people.
Let me roll some things here.
Sort of introducing myself. Definitely, like, doing, not trying to raise concern or anything necessarily, but just like, the people behind this expedition wanted some non-Arcane Census guards because they're paranoid kind of thing.
I mean, also, they clearly aren't that great at security since you were able to just walk right into the camp.
Well, not trying to insult anyone.
Pretty sure we pointed that out last week. Or I did.
So, yeah, whoever you go up to largely, goes along with the conversation. The three more important-looking people keeping to themselves, say hello and will listen to your spiel about why you're here and what you're doing, but they don't seem particularly talkative. Redna will relay that they do get surface level thoughts or emotions from most people. The three at the table are particularly hard to read, but anything that does seep through is sort of just a general inquisitiveness. One of them does seem frustrated a little bit. The other two seem rather eager, but that's about all Renna can pick up. The kid that greeted you, he's one of the more open books to Renna, who picks up that he's excited, eager. trying to trying to get on everyone's good side, and Redna gets the sense that he's living up to that adage, fake it till you make it sort of situation. He's really trying to hold his own in all of this professional talk.
Oh, I feel for the kid.
But that's about what you pick up.
All right.
I mean, even some of the general, assistants and archivists are difficult to read. I mean, out of the, it's not a very large area. There's 12 of them sitting together, and then three, the other three sitting together, and probably 5 of those are fairly closed off. You see, 2 of those 5 have eye tattoos, like Sevgi.
Interesting.
In fact, Redna will point out, those 2, they feel like Sevgi when she's doing stuff.
Yes, I believe all people with natural arcane talent get marked like that. Census likes to keep tabs on things it's afraid of.
They're also very difficult to read anything more than just calm. And like active calm, if that makes sense.
It does, actually.
Yeah.
As we said, they're very Vulcan.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. Okay. I figured that would be too easy to get anything, but figured start easy and work our way up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, over about 2 miles from where you are, Omen is staking down the horses, pitching a tent, maybe. Any plans for the evening, Omen?
Not particularly. I think it was pretty cut and dry.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll wrap up for the evening. The 4 at the campsite can, set up your own tents.
Well, I don't know. Seeing that Tali saw something out here, she's probably gonna want to go hang out with Omen. She's probably a little worried by now. Buddy system and all that.
Okay, it'll take you a good hour or so to get to him.
Also, I would point out to Tali that he is outside the Fields of Peace. Where those things probably wouldn't be going.
Especially not when there are other people right here.
He's also on the most immediate border, so if anything was coming from the center out, they would have to go through the campsite to get to Omen anyway.
Yeah.
But I can still see the sentiment.
Yeah, if you want to go, that's fine. I just...
Not sure it's the most logically sound decision.
Just pointing out that beforehand.
She'll probably just
also,
use
we have a job here to protect people.
Yeah, she's gonna cast Sending then to see how he's doing.
Okay.
Just check up.
What do you send to Omen?
I'm gonna say, hey Omen, how's everything going outside of the boundary of the Fields of Peace? All good where you are? Question mark.
Did you actually say question mark?
That was less than 25.
So far, so good. I think Kapua and Apple have calmed down a bit.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. She'll hang out then.
Okay. So I guess if we're going to be guards, we need to play the part of guards.
First watch.
Yeah.
I'll just do laps around the camp,
No. You want to do first watch? That's the thing. Only 2 people here have dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
But Sevgi can cast dark vision. So does Sevgi want to cast it on herself and take third watch, or does she want to cast it on or maybe not even third watch and stuff, but just take a watch or cast it on Aquila to take a watch?
Or Aquila and Sevgi take first and second with Tali, and then I can take third. That way there's always one person with dark vision.
Mm.
I mean, someone's going to be by themselves. Period.
How about the people that can't see in the dark keep watch in the center area of camp, and then those with dark vision keep watch on the outer area of camp?
Oh, because you're the only one who can stay up for 2 watches.
Yeah, there's only 4 of you at this point. You need to cover a good 400-foot area, plus depth.
Shoot, you're right. Yeah, that's right.
And really, I will point out, even with dark vision, you can only see 60 feet away. Yeah. So those without dark vision, you're not really trying to be sneaky. You can light a torch and see pretty much that far anyway.
Actually, that's a fair point, and I still have some hollow fire.
Mm-hmm.
And I can cast light.
Also, I would, because I imagine this camp probably does have some kind of lights at night anyway, so people get up and use the head or something.
Yeah.
We're not exactly like hidden out here.
Yeah.
I'm just used to the way we usually do things.
That is a good point. There are a few lamp posts that have been set up, similar to the lantern that was hanging from the tree. And you do, of course, see on the southmost end, probably a good 60 feet away from any of the other tents, are latrine area.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's got to be.
Yeah, there's got to be. Yeah,
there has to be.
Even wizards have to poop.
Nobody poops in fantasy settings.
Everybody poops.
Are you kidding?
Jack.
Nobody
Didn't you read the
poops
book?
in fiction. But yeah, okay. That's fine. So Tali still wants to take a first and a second watch.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay, so the rest of us have to figure out how to sort it, because there's going to be one point where it's only one person.
Like I said, I can take the last one.
Because he has Redna.
Right, because you can have Redna with you at that point.
At the very least, if I encounter something, I can send Redna to wake you guys up while I try and hold off whatever.
I would say, Andrew, if you're planning on using Redna, you should probably take second watch when it's the darkest. Because by third watch, the sun is starting to come up, and people might see Redna flying about.
Well, it was more Redna if I needed to wake people while I was out walking around or something.
It's up to you.
I wasn't necessarily going to have him flying surveillance so much as
doing his bat thing.
It allows me to be in 2 places at once, kind of, if I need to be.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to get too bogged down on it. you are conscious enough to actually play guard duty and keep up and go around the campsite. I was wondering if anybody was going to actually keep up the charade.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're totally
I was
going to
excited about this.
until
Well,
we don't have
Be
to.
security. That's fun.
Was also planning on doing guard duty just because of why we're here in the
Right.
middle of the night's the best time to find someone skulking around
Right.
Yeah.
doing nefarious
that's like,
crap.
There were plenty of good reasons why we would keep up the pretense.
Mm-hmm.
Also, knowing you, that would have, if we could just bunk down for the night, that would have backfired somehow.
That's true too.
I know your crap, Jack.
Sure you
I've
do.
been playing 2.5 years.
I know some of your crap, Jack.
I hope we know something by this point.
That's what I want you to think.
I don't know.
Okay.
At this point, I'm learning to trust when I don't trust one of your characters.
Basically, find a smart answer and do the opposite.
Um,
Just in case, it's a trick.
Not sure that works because we've done plenty of not smart things,
It's worked before. We're still here.
and then it also hasn't.
Yeah. Just coincidence, though.
No, it's not.
Everybody, go ahead and make a perception check. Sure.
Okay. I feel that's what she usually relies on more anyway.
Yeah.
Right, perception. Eh.
Shit!
Bravo.
I hate when I do
Cool.
that.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, Seppi.
What does Sevki's sorceress eyes see?
A lot more than anyone
With
else.
your human eyes, see.
Sevgi, what shift are you taking, and are you casting dark vision on yourself or relying on a torch?
Couldn't she do both?
That's a very unless anyone else wanted to take first watch, she would take it with Tolly if Tolly's doing the first two. Unless anyone else wanted to, then she would take first watch with dark vision.
Okay. Yeah, first watch, you do still see some people moving about. There does seem to be either some late night work or some, evening recreation. You do see a youngish woman sort of move out from one tent, and just almost sneakily move her way over into another tent.
Life goes on.
Tea in this camp.
Other than
She's
that,
not the sneakiest person.
We're
of
not a
voyeurism?
sneaky party.
She's gonna take note of that right now.
okay.
Yeah, we're not.
No, we're not.
She's gonna take note of that. She just kind of knows, like,
Okay.
that was weird.
Yeah, Sevgi will remember this.
Just call her out in the middle of the...
No, it's not.
You're the one that snuck into the other tent.
Okay. Other than that, the night progresses with no real issue. Again, even with a light source or dark vision, you can only see about 60 feet out into the blackness, so you don't really notice anything. No horde of zombies encroaches on the excavation site, at least not tonight.
Just the zombies that are already here.
Just the zombies that are already here, which are actually surprisingly quiet.
Aw.
How bad did they smell?
They actually smell just fine. And really, with your heightened sense of smell, you have a heightened sense of smell, right? We usually rely on hearing, but smell also
it's
comes
hearing
up.
and smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we did smell once when we were tracking what turned out to be Arcane.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
They do have this sort of flowery smell to them.
They got potpourri
They
zombies.
perfumed them. Yeah, they've got potpourri. I love
It
it.
makes sense if you got to
It
work
does. It
with
does.
them
I
all
mean, they
day.
did that with mummification too.
Yeah. Some nice scented oils.
The
Okay,
essential oils.
so the sun rises
Looped up zombies.
as it does every day.
Thank goodness.
Let's pick up with Omen, actually. Omen, left to your own devices, how early do you awaken? And did you have any precautions camped on your own, considering you really can't keep watch?
Omen probably didn't sleep, frankly.
Okay, take a level of exhaustion.
Yeah, he probably just stayed up looking at the stars, making sure the horses didn't do anything crazy.
Sure. Okay, that being the case, you do notice, not long after sunrise, 7, 8 o'clock or so. Actually, in summer, it's even earlier than that, because there's a lot of daylight. So around 7 o'clock or so, give or take, you do notice, similar to what you have, 2 horses and a small buggy making their way, not directly for you, but sort of off a ways.
They seem to be going
towards the campsite.
Yeah, going towards the campsite. Yes, I wouldn't be too far off of leaving after sunrise. I believe I said I would leave at sunrise.
Okay.
Unless Tully contacted me or somebody contacted me sooner. But yeah, pack up whatever I laid out and make my way that way.
Okay. Yeah, you get everything situated and take your cart on an intercept course. And they do seem to be they do notice your approach, and actually wave to you. They don't seem to be all that startled by your presence, and you can they not exactly pull over because they're off-roading it, but they do stop and you meet up. There's a sort of gruff older gentleman who is behind the reins on this cart. I was told we were expecting someone. You needed a lift back or just your beasts?
Is it just him by himself with the 2 horses?
There is the cart behind it does have a sort of canvas drape around it, so you don't really see inside.
Okay, fair enough. Yes, I believe I was planning on meeting someone here as well. Just the horses. They don't like, and I'll sort of gesture to the vast wasteland off to the east. Yeah.
West.
South. West.
West.
Some cardinal direction.
Right.
Indeed.
You mean north?
Yes.
West.
Ah, yes.
Right. No, they really don't. In fact, we usually stop a ways off and just have them leg it. Yeah, we can tie him up. I could probably even hitch the cart together if you want us to take that too.
So this cart, uh, what? How big is it? Is it literally just a cart or a carriage? I know it's not a covered wagon by any stretch, but
It's not a covered wagon, and it's not a fully built like wooden carriage or anything. It really is just a cart. In fact, it doesn't hold all of you, which has come up before. It's pretty much just like a produce cart.
so in theory, if I felt up to it, I could walk it myself.
Yes. Oh yeah. Probably not loaded up with stuff and people. Maybe
Right,
stuff.
well,
Or some of.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and Aquila being half giants can pull quite a considerable amount of weight. So yeah, if you want to keep the cart, between you and or Aquila, you could pull just as much, if not more, than the horses.
yeah,
Isn't that terrible?
I wouldn't want to make things more difficult than they already surely will be. So, just the beasts. No need. I can still maneuver this just fine.
Yeah, he does look you up. Yeah, suppose you could. Sure. Yeah, I was gonna take them another mile or so in. Ah, screw it, we're close enough. He lifts up a flap of the curtain, yells back, "We're close enough! Get out!" And, yeah, you see...
A bunch of cult of worm wearing.
Yeah, a dozen
wearing
cultists
cultists.
jump out the car to jump you. No, you see...
Yes.
A bunch of pampered
Yeah,
bitches.
yeah, Omen would love it. You see six
Would.
people. You see six people come out of the cart. Each with a nice backpack. You actually see six people and two more zombies come out of the. And this isn't a cart. This is a covered wagon. It can hold all of these people. Two of them do seem to be, nicer dressed than the others, and the others just have your basic like workmen's or archaeologists, Indiana Jones attire on.
No pith helmets.
No, no cowboy hat either.
Got a whip. Didn't even have a whip.
No whips.
Lame.
Yeah, the four of them do have backpacks on. The other two are largely unencumbered, but you assume their zombies are carrying their stuff. One of the nicer dressed men walks over to the front. There's still a ways. All right. You have to wait here. We are sending. I know. I just got to get all this shit together. Right. Who are you?
I am Omen.
Of your doom.
And what are you doing here, Omen?
Procuring transport for horses.
Right. What brings you out this way?
My business is my business. frankly. Who are you?
Ooh, it's getting a little spicy now.
You see, this is an yeah, you see, this is a half-elf individual. One of the nicer dressed people, half-elf man, probably in his he's half-elf, so really it's hard to tell. They live a bit longer, but he's probably middle-aged. I am Archivist Maxim of the Arcane Census here on my own Arcane Census business. I suppose that's fair enough. Your work is yours, and ours is ours.
I'll sort of point back to where the camp is. It's a bit of a trek. You might want to get walking. I'll just smile obliquely and go back up to the carriage master.
He turns on his heel and waves his hand behind him to beckon the others and starts walking.
Making friends wherever we go.
You do see, however, he does walk with one hand sort of within his vest, and the two zombies fall back to the back of this group. Well, you're a pleasant one. Right. I'm gonna stay here and wait for the people shuffling on back.
Of course. Yes, perhaps that was a bit harsh. It's been a long evening.
Right.
Anyway, I know we got supplies. Did we get, return supplies for these horses? Did we not get supplies for these horses? We just been feeding them flavorless slop and letting them graze on
I
the
assume.
roadside.
Yeah.
So I'll, You're taking these beasts back to Genavium. Yes, that's where...
Yes.
I'm not sure what the local standards are, but I'll pass him. I'll pass him 7 gold pieces as thanks and for the trouble, and to make sure these two don't starve.
Right. Mighty kind of you, sir. I'll make sure they're set up properly. Well, do you plan on going all the way? I assume you intend to go all the way back there to pick them up.
Yes, will be.
Well, what name do you want them under?
Stavika.
All right. Yeah, they'll be hitched up at the Southgate Caravansary.
Perfect. I appreciate it. If you'll excuse me, I have a sort of look off to the parade of wizards. I have to head off some potential disruptions.
Right.
I'm just going to turn and walk away.
Okay. Yeah, this guy gets down and starts tying your horses to theirs. I assume you are dragging the cart back with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're moving slower than the band of wizards, but in the general direction. Okay. So, about half an hour or so goes by, and the other four at the site notice these 6 new wizards and 2 zombies make their way into camp. They do head over to the main tent, walk inside, and a few minutes later, you see the kid that you first met come out of the tent and move about the place. Actually goes down into the personal tent area, and not long after, you see one of the 3 nicer looking people who are sitting alone in the cafeteria the night before, and the 3 other of these assistants, as well as 1 zombie, start moving their way out of the excavation site.
The higher up that's leaving, was it one of the 2 excited ones or with the frustrated one?
It was the frustrated one. Of the 6 that were incoming, they do notice your presence moving about. I assume you're kind of keeping 2 by 2 moving around about the area, starting your patrols for the day. They do notice you, and like everyone the day before, kind of give you the side eye, like, who are these people? Until they get into the tent and presumably speak with Makaba and get the gist of who you are. I pretty much leave you alone. Go about their work. Another half hour goes by. We'll say on the way, Omen, you do see another 5 similar wizards making the trek on back, who notice you moving in this direction, pulling this cart. They know who you are at this point. They were told about this. So they
might know who I was. I wasn't in the tent in the original meeting.
Right. They don't know who you are, but they knew somebody was going to be making their way back. So they don't seem all that alarmed of your presence. They are definitely like, who is this giant guy and why is he pulling a carriage? Oh well, we don't care, and just sort of take a not a suspiciously wide berth around you, but they do kind of move out of your way and go on past unless you have any interaction with them.
Booga booga booga.
Yeah, if they're going to give me a wide berth, I have absolutely no reason to.
Give him a wink, like, hey.
How you doing?
That's not Omen.
Okay. Yeah, not long after, the rest of you, at some point in your patrol about the area, notice Omen coming back, dragging this cart behind him.
I guess whoever sees him, point him towards where we've got our little camp set up. He can
That
drop
seems a good
the cart
idea.
off there.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Talia will go and walk him over there.
Yeah, guess that means we're gonna be taking that back by hand.
I secured shelter for them at the Southern Caravansary. I'm sure it has a fancy name, but I can't remember. They should be fed and watered there, and presumably the amount of money I paid is enough for them to hole up until we have to leave, or I believe the standard is to then, if we don't show up, is for them to be sold or put to other work.
Hope we get back in time.
Who'd you put them under?
Oh, I didn't see you.
Okay. Fine. Never mind, I didn't ask that.
No, he so wants to, though.
You
Tali's
didn't
the only
ask,
one there.
you didn't ask that.
I guess if you're right, I'm probably not there. Talia's the one that decided to walk you back, so.
I guess Talia will ask, like, did you put the horses under your name?
I try to limit the amount of exposure to my name in places such as this. When I'm dealing with the Arcane Census, it's a bit easier, but no, I chose haste, but also jest Stavaka.
Oh.
Name has been in my mind lately.
Somewhere else, Aquila feels like somebody
Okay.
just walked over her grave.
I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. That works.
I thought briefly about saying that the People's Ascension, about putting People's Ascension down, but that seemed incorrect.
I guess so, if you think about it that way. Yeah, you could have put any of our names, really. Been, my name, or Sebki's name, or Andrew's name, or Akila's name.
I don't know how.
Actually, yeah, Akila's trying to keep a low profile, so maybe not Akila's, but probably not any of the other three of us.
I don't know how the rest of you all feel about your name being around. So I decided not to go that route. Perhaps if we had something we all called ourselves. But that's not.
Yeah, we're still working on that.
Liar for not working on it at all.
It's not my place. Which is why I decided to be the one to spend the time with the horses. I felt that was more befitting someone of my standing, and that the rest of you perhaps should stick to the job at hand.
What do you mean by standing?
He gestures up to your armband and points at his plated empty
Non-armbanded.
shoulder.
Yeah, it's not armband.
Well, okay, I don't want to say it doesn't mean anything because it kind of does, but you're still part of the group. There's not really a standing. We're all, equal here.
I no.
We're all equally incompetent.
That I'll agree with.
Yeah. Yeah, we try to, or at least I like to think of us as more like a family or a group of friends. At least.
I find that makes separation more difficult. But it makes the time pass easier.
Planning on leaving?
I mean death, Tully.
Oh. Well, I guess, yeah. Okay, well,
Where should I put this cart down? I wasn't sure.
oh, yeah,
It
here's the
didn't
camp
make
over
much
this
sense
way.
to send it all the way to Janot. Okay. Perhaps it will come in useful.
I'm sure it will.
Or at the very least, it will make a considerable amount of firewood. Should we
Yeah,
need to
that
burn
too.
anything?
Hope we don't have to burn it.
Would have been a good bonfire to cook some horses over.
No.
I was just
It
having
wouldn't.
flashbacks to the mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I was poking at.
Yeah.
And Tolly is just... Yeah, no, I hope we don't have to burn that.
Saba roasted over an open fire.
No.
Ancient Etrian.
Should I work my way into some sort of shift rotation, or do you have things covered here? We had new arrivals
we should-
today.
We can go talk to the rest of the group about that and figure out what we're doing together.
Sure. I'll toss the tent and the sleeping bag and such into the back of the back of the cart there.
I think
Try to
they're-
find the others.
I
Okay.
think they're probably in the food tent by now.
We're not hiding.
Yeah, we're not going to draw this out. You guys can all converge together.
Yeah.
You spend 15 minutes and somebody runs around camp getting everyone together, and you guys are together.
Alright. Oh. So I assume it was peaceful outside of this area?
As peaceful as it ever is. Yes. It seemed to calm the horses down, at least, which I think is preferable to, well, whatever else could have happened. How about within? Anything stirring?
Not especially, no.
I did see something moving towards like the center of the fields, but that's, we've seen that before, right? Aquila saw that too at some point.
Yeah, I saw that before.
Yeah, but it was way out there, so
Didn't get a good look at it though.
I mean neither.
Yeah. But going further out is not a good idea. That is sort of the unfortunate thing. We more or less have to wait for anything to come to us.
Well, if Malkazir's suspicions are right, it's already here. we just need to find it. So, on that note, any plans for how we suss out if there's a hidden cultist among the camp?
Well, you're the one who's dealt with this group before.
Yes, and I didn't see anyone in the same evil-looking robes. I took a walk around the camp yesterday, trying to see if anyone had anything that obviously reeked of necromancy stowed in any of the tents.
And
I would have come back and mentioned it if they had,
mm,
but no. And I tried to have Redna do a scan of any surface thoughts that were floating around in the mess tent, and also came back with nothing.
mm,
Is-
I was
to
trying
be
to
fair,
listen
their
in on
number of mages
conversations.
are decent at keeping their thoughts under control, which I suppose makes sense.
Mm,
I think it simply comes with the territory.
I suspect so.
The amount of times you've been through the gates and just feel prying eyes on whatever it is you happen to be mulling on.
But yes, so to be fair, I did think they would. I figured the likelihood of it being that easy was low, but worth a try.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if it's not going to be that easy, we're going to have to do some digging. Pardon the pun. Any ideas on where to start?
Well, seems the obvious place would be wherever the artifacts are. Artifacts, corpses.
I did notice in one of the tents, one of the larger ones that looked like it was used for probably cataloging purposes, that there were a couple spots of necromantic energy in there.
But not especially significant.
Not blinding artifact level, but not minor. Kind of point to if anyone has one of their little Milzer items or something.
Yeah.
Are you wearing your photosynthesis cape?
Yeah, probably am. So not
Not something so insignificant.
indeed.
So it would be good to get in there to get a proper look.
Or watch who's coming in and out, at the very least.
Mm.
If anyone spends an inordinate amount of time or
But what
repeat
counts as an inordinate in this sort of situation?
I don't have an answer for that. It's more if something seems suspicious.
I think you're talking to the wrong person there.
Rolls his eyes.
It was a joke.
I think, if anything, we are perhaps looking for someone who is blending in. If they are of this cult, it would be easy around these people to be manipulating thralls.
Mm.
And frankly, as long as nothing untoward was happening, it would be, no one would bat an eye.
So did the cult have any means of identification? Not something that would necessarily be immediately visible, but something that could confirm with a search.
Yes, they tended to have medallions, little skull amulets,
Yeah, that's like
and
bones on them.
describe the
Yeah, I
amulets
remember.
we found.
Yeah, I was like, I remember them. I was say, did those put off any necromantic energy?
No.
Okay, just making sure. I thought there was one that did, but that was probably when we got in that boss fight.
Right. Yeah.
Which I think Reed took with her, actually.
And I will remind you, the one that did... They did give off a slight sense, but it wasn't immediately noticeable through detect magic. You had to really focus on it. Just like the symbol on Tali's Warhammer. They're basically divine focuses. Or focuses of some kind.
Yes, I suppose if we find one of those in someone's possession, that would be a fairly solid giveaway.
It would be foolish, but...
I don't expect them to be wearing it outwardly.
No. That would just be idiocy. Be foolish enough to have it here. But... So how many people left and how many people came in today?
6 people came in, 5 people left.
Yeah.
Is 6 including the zombies?
No, the zombies were extra.
Okay.
1 zombie
Yeah,
left
6
and
people.
2
You
zombies
earned it.
in.
That's
Yeah.
what so I was trying to figure out if it was...
Well, as I was saying, I remember the numbers didn't quite match up that were leaving and coming. I assume that everybody who comes here must be accounted for. But that is an assumption, and perhaps it would be good to check.
Frankly, the exchange seemed unceremonious at
It
best.
was, yes, quite casual. You would think, again, they say they don't need guards, they have no security.
But with a dig,
Unless somebody
you'd
comes
think
in
they would have
swinging
some kind of
weapons,
roster.
they wouldn't know.
I said with the dig this important, you'd think they would have some kind of roster. At least they know who was in the area.
Yes, that would be my thought. They'd have a list of who's coming in and who's going out.
I'll remind you, the kid that you met with first here, you did ask him about people coming and going, and he said, yes, I will have to check with Makiba about that.
Okay, thought I remembered there being something that I couldn't quite recall.
Okay.
So perhaps we
Yeah,
should.
Makiba, yeah.
Perhaps they should have a roll call.
I mean,
Well,
a
I said
full-on...
we just came in.
Yes, but a full-on roll call draws quite a bit of attention. And
And
specifically if you're looking for a person out of place that...
They don't want attention either.
Yes, but we were told specifically what we were not supposed to be drawing attention to.
We're being guards. We would like to know all the people that we're guarding.
The people that came in, there were the 2 important ones, 2
Nicer dressed
fancier ones, but only one of the people that looked on that same level left, correct?
Correct.
And then of the 4 and then 4 regular workers came in and 4 regular workers left.
Correct.
And I'm guessing, was there any notable difference between the two big shots? And I'm guessing there's really not a easy way to determine. They were both in just their own clothes, not like Arcane Census uniforms or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And both of the big shots went into Makaba's tent to report, correct?
All 6 of them went into the main tent.
Oh, all 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. If you don't want to do a full roll call, then perhaps just simply making sure the numbers match up.
That's
but
been a
at the
good
same
place
time,
to
it's
start.
We could, and forgive me for intruding, we could simply wait and fulfill our duties as guards for a few nights and see if anything arises.
That is an option too.
And
But
We have absolutely no indication that anyone is here other than the potential insight of, frankly, a very powerful person.
mhm.
And while it may come to that, remember we also have a time limit on how long we are here. If anything, if this leads to anything else that we need to handle in this area, we only have 8 or 9 days before this place starts to get to us.
Have we figured out exactly what the exposure is like?
You were told by Makiba, I believe it was Makiba, last session, that after about anyone who spends 9 days, give or take, does begin experiencing slight nausea, fatigue, muscle and joint aches.
So, like, they're getting the flu?
I mean, just a general draining.
Yeah,
I mean, lots of things have those symptoms.
I know. It was a joke.
Nobody's really been bold enough to try to attempt extended stay. But you do know, previous to this most recent excursion within the Fields of Peace, anyone who previously was in for even just a couple days came back and immediately died of just the body
necromancy
failing, just rot. Yeah, just blisters and boils and skin sloughing and hair coming out and
Necrosis.
yeah, just complete lack of any sort of energy. Not a good way to go.
Oh, really does sound like radiation poisoning.
I know, we're sitting here, it's like, wow, this sounds like radiation poisoning here.
So yes, while the initial symptoms are somewhat minor, I imagine that only gets worse the longer you go.
It would be a bit like a toxin building up in your body.
So I would posit that if someone is overstaying their welcome, they would be exhibiting signs of this, yes? Unless they are somehow
Fortified?
or otherwise against the effects.
Yes.
That is something to keep an eye on, though at the same time I would imagine anyone overstaying would stand out.
Like I said, unless they aren't on the list.
Well, whether they're on the list or not, they're still visible at the camp.
But with people constantly cycling in and out, who's going to keep track on them that well?
This isn't a large campsite.
Yeah, we're not cycling out the whole camp at a time.
There's
exactly.
just about a dozen
it's
people.
Piecemeal.
But that means at some point someone who's been here between cycles would be like, hey.
I'm not saying it's a perfect thing, but again, I still think we should make sure the numbers of people who should be here and are actually here match up.
Sure.
By all means, I'm not telling you not to.
Yeah.
So do we want to start with that, or are you guys still discussing plans?
I want to start with that. Seems like we're not getting anywhere otherwise.
Okay. I assume you go talk to Makiba.
Yes.
Okay. You can find her, just as you did the other day, in the large archival tent.
Oh.
You are able to actually pass through the barrier this time. I assume you walk up and just test it first, and you do go through as if there was no force there, and can walk on through. You see she's over a table with the new guy, who you weren't introduced to, but Maxim, going over some records and some artifacts.
Mm-hmm. Let us speak with you a moment.
Oh, yes, you again. I still have not caught your name.
Perhaps eventually.
Right.
Yes, because being
need?
shady is going to make her trust us.
What is it you need?
Let you speak outside. It will not take long.
I'll be
yes,
right
because
there.
I'm clearly going to do something terrible in public.
I'll be right there as soon as I finish up talking with my colleague.
Then I will wait.
Do you wait outside, or you just lumber there over her?
I'll just be by... No, I'll go
Okay.
near the entrance.
Figured I had to ask.
I'm not... I know. But no, again, she's not there to be like looming presence. It's like, no, just wait over there.
Okay. 2 minutes or so goes by, and she does walk out.
Okay.
Yeah. Well?
Yes. We noticed new arrivals coming in.
Yes?
Is it typical that the amount coming in and the amount leaving do not match?
Yes.
Okay. I simply want to make sure that everyone who is here should be here.
That is the case.
Are you certain of this?
It's a fairly simple log that was checked this morning when we rotated people in and out. Unless somebody snuck in or out, which I assume is under your purview.
We have not seen anyone.
Well, then, as far as I know, everything is in order. Is that all?
For the moment, I suppose.
She turns and heads back inside.
Yep. Trying. I'm just not doing good.
Maybe stop hiding your name like you're some shifty criminal.
I know.
Like, I won't tell you my name, but I need to talk with you in private.
She has her reasons.
It's like I almost told her a name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my name, maybe.
I mean, just to clarify, part of Adderhat's whole "we don't expect you to die" thing is It's not like any mention of your name is going to lead to you being hunted. It's just they don't want any tie between your name, the order, or any weird shit going on. But if you have your name on a caravansary report or your name in some nondescript bureaucratic letter between the census, it's not a huge deal.
Okay.
Or tell her your name is
Well,
Sarah.
at a certain point, it was just kind of
yeah,
funny
you could
to
just
me.
make stuff up too.
Oh, I know. Like I said, I almost gave her it, but it was almost at a certain point. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Funny until it tests the relationship to the point where she's no longer working with us.
Sorry.
Anyway,
The cataloging tent where I saw the 3 pings the other day, is that guard, like, is there any kind of protective spell on that keeps you from going in and out? Or...
You did sense an abjuration effect on the tent.
Yeah, nice. Was this all now? To try and take a look in there.
What was that first part?
Oh, I said I was. I'm just gonna see if I can go in to that tent, or if it's locked
okay.
like the other ones are.
Yeah, you can walk up to that tent. The flaps are closed, but you can open them up, and you do see there is one of the more official Arcane Census members, one of the actual archaeologists, and 3 more archival assistants and 1 zombie in there, and yeah, this looks like a this again has a table with 2 rather large chests on it, both with large and visible locks on them. A number of desks, and there is actually a wall of bookcases that have a number of books stacked up on them.
Okay. I mean, if there's that many people in the tent right now, I'm probably not actually going to try and go in then.
You do lift up the flap and look inside.
I realize that, yeah.
All 3 of them turn and look at you.
Oh. I was hoping they might be busy enough they just would not notice.
Instead of alarms still ringing in their heads.
Well, that would be good to know.
The actual archaeologist is a woman. She is. Yeah, she's a tiefling, a sort of pale yellow tiefling. The really horns that just sort of wrap around the front of her head. Can I help you?
Oh, my apologies. Was just trying to get a layout for what these tents were. I was hoping this might be early enough that I wouldn't be disturbing anyone.
No, you will find we get up quite early to get our work done before it gets too hot.
I understand.
This is the general research tent where we keep our research materials and make reference between catalogued objects and historical record. I find it all very exciting, but I wouldn't know if somebody of your pursuit would be all that interested.
I have some scholarly background. Most people don't start in this particular career path. So this is where everything is stored then?
No. Most artifacts are kept in the main archival tent. This is where most of my books are stored.
the main archival tent for my own. Is that the one that Makaba's
Yeah.
been in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But this is the one where I got the little pings the other day.
This is one of 3 where you got those pings. There's the main archival tent, and then there's 3
Right.
of these other sort of medium-sized tents, each of which had various pings inside.
Oh, okay. I thought it was one tent that had
No,
3 in
sorry.
it. No, that's fine. The other 2 are next to this one.
One is next, and one is sort of across the street.
If you don't mind my asking, since unfortunately I seem to have already interrupted you, and hopefully I can avoid doing this to anyone else, kind of gesture in the direction of where those ones would be. What are the functions of some of these other smaller tents?
The one across the street is storage. I would advise not trying to get in there without Makiba's assistance. The
I asked.
one next door, that is... let's say cleaning. Things that need extra work tended to them, and if we come across any anything with arcane residue, they're kept there until they can be identified or dispelled. We have not found much. That it is empty at this point, as far as I'm aware. We are still very getting started here.
Wonderful. Thank you for that information. And once again, I am sorry to have interrupted your work.
What was your name again?
My name is Ander.
Good. Very nice to meet you. I am Sagana.
Sakana, pleasure to meet you as well. And just kind of bow my way out.
She goes back to her work.
Huh. Interesting that the tent is supposed to be empty, and definitely something in there. Hey, I'm gonna wait for. Well, I guess Aquila was talking outside the tent.
Yeah, you guys can meet up about the same time.
So, I just learned something possibly interesting.
Uh-huh.
I mentioned the 3 magical signatures I detected.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them is one of the researchers, essentially another room to examine and catalog things.
Mm-hmm.
One is a storage tent of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
But the third one is apparently a quarantine or clean room, it sounds like. A place that they find something that might be questionable to store it away from other objects and until it can be properly identified or neutralized. But supposedly it should be empty.
But you
At
saw
least-
something in there. Is
Indeed.
it still in there?
That's what I was going to try and figure out. I would prefer not to walk into someone's. I was going to see if you could help me figure out if there was anyone in there currently, and if not, I can go in and...
Fair enough, but you can't turn invisible.
Which at that point I could just go and cast detect magic anyway.
Yeah.
Also, I still have to lift a tent flap, and if someone's sitting in there, they're gonna.
Oh, okay.
That little tent flap.
I could just look in and you could sneak in. Or slip in.
My thought was to have you listen at the flap and see if there's anyone in there.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not opposed to that. Do you want to do it now?
Is everyone still kind of moving around and getting situated for the day, or is everyone like fully at work at this point, like those work people were?
I mean, there's not going to be really any time except the middle of the night when nobody's moving about. Most of the labor is done by the undead. Other than that, people are moving about and supervising and communicating with each other and scanning areas and artifacts and whatnot.
Right.
But I am still 2 feet taller than you, so I can cover you moving into places.
So, I mean, we either try to do it now, or we keep an eye.
Those 3 medium tents are not far. They are within easy eyesight of the main archival tent of Makiba's tent. So there will be foot traffic,
right?
Pretty much any time during the day, unless you want to be particularly sneaky about it.
I'm almost of the mindset that we keep an eye on the place during the day and then try and check it out at night. What do you think?
Yeah. But did you want me to check if there's anyone in there anyway? I'd like to do something useful.
Sure.
Now?
Sure. I mean, we are right there, aren't we?
Yeah, you're not far. You can walk 40 feet down the
I was gonna say,
road.
We can walk by.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm trying to do is get you to listen for.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not opening it up. You're just listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thought was to have her listen at the flap, essentially, since she has enhanced hearing.
Sure.
To see if there are people working in there that I don't want to walk in on.
Make a listen check.
Yay. I'm making a listen check. Hopefully it's a better one than last time. Much better.
Okay. I'm going to include smell in that as well. You don't hear anything, but you do smell a sort of floral scent.
Like the undead.
Similar.
I was saying, like the potpourri they've got going on.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a zombie stuck in there, and that's what the necromantic energy was.
He's guarding whatever it is.
I suppose that the I suppose Census would consider that nothing. I was gonna say, would you like to just lift up the flap and check now?
Can you? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just.
I mean, I would communicate this. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's an undead.
Does the flap close perfectly so you can't see through a crack in it? Do I have to move it at all?
It is closed and actually, bound shut. It is tied shut.
Oh, damn. Well, you have mage hand.
Yeah, but
it's shoelaced.
Yeah.
Together. It's not just one little strap.
I thought it was several just small ties.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
This one and the one across from the research tent are similarly shoe case or shoelaced.
The storage one?
Down. Yeah, the storage one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like these are not places that, have frequent unrestricted traffic in and out of.
Which makes sense for a storage in a clean room.
Yeah.
Okay, well, damn.
Yep.
Thought I had a clue there, but that would explain a zombie
It's
sitting in there.
It's definitely a clue, and it's definitely a way to go. It's just going to take a bit more finesse than ripping open a tent flap in the middle of the day.
Well, guess we come back at night for that.
Don't discard ideas because they aren't immediately actionable.
Alright, I suppose we'll come back and check this at night when we have time to work. Okay, until then, what'd your questioning on the difference in people in and out come up with?
Nothing useful. She says it isn't unusual for the numbers not to be exactly the same going in and out. And then she said that the numbers matched up of who's supposed to be here and or how many people are supposed to be here.
I guess the discrepancy in input and output does make some sense when so much of the work is done by undead.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I guess regroup with everyone. Anyone else have any
Yeah.
brilliant
I
ideas?
would like someone else to come up with ideas too.
I gave you my input.
Where are those little hill thingies? Can we find a way to get into those?
Those are clearly the burial mounds that they're trying to get into.
Maybe we can snoop around there and get. Are they like not at all in there? Is there like no progress at all in those things?
Well, they're not in there.
They're
Because that was
partially
something that I think she said last week when we talked about it. They're not in them yet.
They have not managed to get
gotcha. I must
in
have misheard
there.
something.
They have not managed to get in there yet. There is a lot. They are definitely
Okay.
working on it, but that is slow going because they have to move
Okay.
very slowly through those layers so they don't disturb anything.
Yeah. Not
Gotcha.
doing like old
Okay.
school.
They're
Terrible.
scientists, not adventurers.
Well,
They're
we're
actually
not-
trying to preserve what they're working
Well,
on.
we're not doing like the terrible old archaeologists who use dynamite to get through the various
Right.
layers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking Schliemann.
Okay.
So Omen would like to actually be wandering around the whole camp at this point.
Okay.
Specifically, if they allow him to do it and don't stop him from doing it, going and perusing through the dig areas. Obviously, not like treading over the twine that is
Okay.
cutting that off.
Okay. You're not going
like
within.
gonna-
You're not going within the cordoned off dig site. You're just moving around it.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
I'm focusing my intentions on observing the thralls at work, or if any of the actual people are engaged in something more interesting than being yelling commands.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't walked around this place at all yet. I
Right.
have not even stepped foot in here, so.
Right.
And I'm attempting to fulfill this facade that I am a bodyguard.
Yeah. Yeah. You can definitely do so as you are moving about this dig site area. Yeah, every living person there does immediately sort of check you, and the assistants and whatnot go back to their work out within the dig site, doing some of the brushing and the more delicate digging and controlling various undead. One of the supervisors, the main archaeologist, is sort of between two of these dig sites. One of them by the slope of this hill, and another one just beyond it, where they think they've found something. You can see looks like the corner of some ruined building, just barely sticking out of the ground there, and he, a human man, fairly short, probably about 5'6" or so. Short, cropped blonde hair. And again, nice Arcane Census attire. Does continually sort of supervise the area, but when he's not looking back and forth, he does have his eyes on you.
Yeah, I feel like I would approach him, and as I'm walking up.
When he notices you walk up, you see the demeanor of his face immediately change. He goes from a sort of almost suspicious, judgmental look to a hello.
Found anything interesting so far? Obviously, all of it's interesting. Have you found anything that exceeded your expectations so far?
We did find some rather nice mosaic floor stones that were fairly interesting. There was a very nicely preserved utensil set. It does seem this was some sort of gathering hall of some kind. Reception area? I'm not exactly sure.
How did the colors and metals compare to well, what we would use now?
Well, yes. At this period, they weren't using steels as we would. Not really the case in. Well, that still wouldn't be the case in utensils, really. Sometimes, I suppose. I mean, we did find some bronze artifacts. Most of the stonework and ceramic work have largely been faded, stripped of any color they otherwise had. Some have been preserved, and that is rather interesting. How some dyes do preserve themselves rather well, dyes and paints and whatnot. Bronze.
I'm just going to sort of stare down at the corner of this building that they seem to be excavating for a minute. The group I'm with spoke briefly of some Etrian ruins that they came across.
Yes, that makes sense. Where? Not these.
Here. No. Don't remember exactly the full details of it. They said they encountered some strange beasts that turned things into stone.
Well, that is disturbing.
Ah,
I
yes.
sure hope we don't have any around here. I suppose is that why you're here?
Well, frankly, I'm here for the paycheck, but everything else here interests me, so.
Right. Well, it is rather interesting.
Has anybody given any thought to why this has changed so much in recent times?
Changed how?
Before, we weren't able to visit here. I believe people died quite quickly.
Yes, that is quite fascinating. That particular arcane field research is research into the weave is not exactly my specialty. It has been deemed safe enough for people like me to do my research out here. That's good enough for me, I guess.
And have you noticed anything with... Does he seem to be controlling any thralls, or does he seem to just be commanding the actual people?
You see, he actually has a rather large tome, and on one page there is a gridded section with a drawing that looks very similar to one dig site, and on the other page, at the top of the page, is a similar drawing of the other dig site. And you can see little dots moving around the dig site that correspond to how the zombies are moving around the dig site. And you see each one of them has a little sort of table of contents of where they found various artifacts and whatnot. Sometimes he flips through and references different things. And
I would be curious what the effects on your thralls would be.
Very, very astute of you. Yes, quite a useful line of thought. Yes, we don't rotate them out, and so far they have not seemed to degrade in any sense. They are still holding together just fine, and we still retain control over them. It would be rather disturbing if we couldn't, especially at this point. We have increased their numbers and may continue to do so as we need more workers. But we are keeping an eye on it, certainly.
It's a worrying thought, but
Is that not?
I know you all have your control over them. It's
Yes.
of no matter. Yes, ponders for a second. Has anyone tried sending them deeper within? These sort of gestures to not towards the dig sites, towards the center of the fields.
Not
I wonder what effects would linger, if any.
As far as I know, we haven't sent any of our workers further into field. I believe some, I suppose, test subjects. I don't think we would even really consider them scouts, but experiments were sent in. I don't recall any of them returning.
Probably the forces even penetrate those without life.
Perhaps.
I do somewhat wish that I was capable of doing something myself. It would be interesting to study the effects on them. Test the limits, so to speak. But it just sort of pats the hilt of his sword, and I'm not so outwardly inclined.
Right. Well, I suppose if you are interested in the subject, you could speak to Maxim. I believe he's the most knowledgeable of these more esoteric arcane theory discussions.
I did speak with him briefly on the road. He seemed quite perturbed at having to walk a little bit farther today. I found it amusing, frankly.
Some of us are a little less inclined to labor.
That's fair. Enjoy, you seem like you have your hands busy here.
Yes, I really should be paying attention if you don't mind.
Apologies. I'll just slowly walk off, raising a hand. Continue walking around.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, mostly focused on what's going on and not really caring about anything happening.
Yeah.
I think from a guard's perspective, you're less likely to have an attack during the day.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, it's easier to
see it coming.
For it.
Yeah. Yeah, you see this guy does continue to keep an eye on you. Doesn't have the same level of suspicion in his eyes, but is definitely very mindful anytime you start to approach the roped off section. You get the sense that he doesn't want you crossing that rope. That's really all he cares about. Okay. Let's actually. It's about time we go on a quick break. So let's do that. We can think about how we want to proceed, and if there's not anything else we want to do during the day, we can time jump to whenever you want to do anything else, really. So think about what that may be, and we'll take 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll take 10 minutes or so and meet back. All right, everyone, stick around. We had the opening of our investigation, but I'm sure we'll get somewhere with this in our second half. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right. Hello. We are back. We are back from break. We had a little mid-session discussion there. If we took a little longer than usual. Anyway, yeah, we are sort of in the middle of an investigation right now. For anyone just jumping in, we are at a archaeological dig site on the fields on the edge of an expanse of necromantic desolate wasteland in the heart of otherwise idyllic sort of Central European countryside. Yeah, sent here to the party sent here to masquerade as guards, but secretly to find out if there's a presence of the vile cult of worms and their undead cultiness. I really could have said that a lot better. Yeah, so it's their job to figure out if this cult of worms is here. Presumably, if they are here, to get their vile cultisty hands on Shiloh, the Spear of Heavens, the greatest warrior and general of the Ancient Etrian army, of which
She doesn't have her fancy weapon.
She doesn't have her fancy weapon, not yet.
She doesn't know where it is. Damn it.
So. Yeah, we're gonna kick this right off. I believe Omen's doing a tour of the area, doing his guard duty. The rest of you, I think, we're still having a conversation on how to proceed. But assuming we go about the rest of the day doing general guard duty and whatnot, let's skip ahead to the next real actionable thing you guys want to do.
So that's what, in the evening with the tent?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the next real idea I have, is to try and see if we can figure out what's in that tent.
The quarantine tent?
Yeah.
Okay, now when you say evening...
Night.
Like, dead of night.
Dead of night, okay.
Yeah. I guess I'll be there. Sort of, run interference.
Okay. Is this during one of your night shifts? Your watch shifts?
I would assume it is, yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody else is back asleep.
Yes.
So, you go over to this tent.
Yep.
First of all, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic and see if it's still pinging.
Okay. Yes, you do detect a necromancy source on the inside of there, and you detect an abjuration sort of around the tent itself, and yeah, that's what you got.
I don't know if that's going to be problematic or not, but...
One way to find out.
Probably
several ways, but...
So you said the front is essentially, like, sewn up, kind of?
Right.
Is there any way to undo it at the top or bottom where it could be redone afterwards?
I mean, it's really just like I said, a shoelace, like lacing a shoelace. You take the first few loops out of it, and then you can just kind of loosen it up.
Okay. So yeah, I guess just undo it enough that start by undoing it enough that I can just kind of peek in and see if I can see what's in there and what's going on before I go whole hog on trying to get in.
Yeah, you only want to open it enough for you to like stick your face in.
Yeah.
You're not
Probably
completely
not.
unlacing the whole thing so you can walk in.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you can do so. It takes still a few moments, but you eventually do loosen it enough to peer inside.
Zombie bites my face.
Uh,
I am
Zombie with-
expecting a zombie in there, so like
A zombie with a
I'm not
grudge.
just sticking my head in with just
right. Okay.
trying to be stealthy and cautious about this.
Yeah, you open it up just enough to peek inside. You do see... Immediately, the first thing that comes to your attention is standing right in the center is a fully armored something in full plate armor carrying a nasty-looking spear that has just stood there motionless. It could just be an empty suit of armor. You're not sure, but there is a necromancy source coming from it.
Yep.
Okay.
Nope.
That's all I needed.
Okay.
I'm assuming you saw something?
Yeah. Very large suit of armor with a real mean-looking spear. And that would be the source of the necromantic energy.
And that's supposed to be nothing?
Supposedly. I want to take another look in to see if I can figure out more about it, but I really am worried about triggering something on that suit. And if it's if it's supposed to be guarding this tent, bad. If it's, yeah, I guess I'm gonna open it back up and see if I can make out any actual details on the thing. Try and figure out what the hell it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say you have an extremely limited point of view because you're really only looking through a slit. I mean, a bit more than a slit at this point, but you're looking through like something like that.
Right.
Unless you really want to open it up more to like stick your head all the way in or whatnot. But right now you're just looking about. And really all you can see, you can make out what looks like the corners of a fairly large chest and one leg in the top side of a desk. But the only thing you have a clear line of sight on is the suit of armor.
Well, that's what I'm trying to study the most right now, so.
What would you like to know about it?
So I guess one thing that I'm specifically trying to wonder is, does it
have runes on it?
Well, my first question was
not.
going to be, does it look Etrian? Like, does it look like something that's been pulled up, or does it? Okay.
It looks modern.
Gotcha. Guessing I haven't seen anything like this before.
I mean, it looks like a plate mail suit with a spear. If you gave Omen a spear and put a helmet on him, I mean, it'd be a different size, but...
Actually, you guys saw in the
yes, that's where I was going next. Is there any similarities between this and, like, as far as inscriptions on it, or any distinguishing marks between this and the suit of armor / weapons we fought in Whitewood?
No.
Okay.
But there's no sort of distinguishing markings on it, then?
No.
I mean, I would say if it's modern armor...
Let me double check something real quick. What would you even... Addendum. There is a minor abjuration effect on the armor.
Along with the necromancy effect?
Along with necromancy, yeah.
I mean, everything about this, if it's a modern set of armor, everything about this seems to indicate that it is some kind of, essentially, guard set up in this room. And if it's a clean room, I mean, it makes sense you would want an inanimate guard. No?
Sorry, I was shaking my head to Taylor in the chat. Your assumptions are completely valid.
Okay. Sorry. I looked over and see. It's like, damn, what am I so wrong on? So like I said, and considering where we're at, even a zombie could possibly be affected by some of this stuff, like necrotically, like, flesh and whatnot. So a suit of metal is probably the most likely to be somewhat impervious to any weird shit that's in a clean room. And yes, if it is just a guard thing, that would still be considered probably empty for the purposes of what it is.
Be fair, they probably wouldn't care to tell us the specifics, because we're just guards.
True. I mean, trying to get in here and look at anything else seems highly risky for not any kind of real hint at value from it.
Yeah. What about the other tent?
So you mean the storage tent that was also sewn shut?
Yeah. Might as well look in there.
That one was specifically mentioned that if I wanted to try and get into that, I should check with Makaba first. Which seemed to indicate there might be some kind of either effect placed on it or alarm set up.
Up to you.
Well, for starters, I'm going to try and put this tent flap back like I found it.
Sure.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, you can tighten it back down and lace the bottom back up again. You didn't come through there.
Oh, the armor didn't react to anything, like it didn't move or twitch or... Yeah, okay.
Didn't move at all.
Almost want to throw a rock in there and see if it'd do anything. Almost.
So, do you still smell that perfume smell?
Yes. Does it seem to be coming from the thing? Okay, yeah. Okay, does it smell the same as the stuff from the zombies, or a little bit different?
It smells mostly the same.
Mostly the same.
Spots in the armor that you could see, like, what was inside of it?
It's
or was it, like,
full plate
face
armor?
cover?
Full
full plate.
helmet, full face armor, full plating. Anything that isn't plating is like a gambeson of some kind. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing was the helmet, whether or not it was like a full face covering helmet.
Yeah.
So. Did they stick a zombie in a suit of armor?
Potentially.
I guess that would be the necromancy, and then the suit of armor would be the abjuration.
But why would you need both? The zombie and the suit?
Well, the same reason you put a suit of armor on a warrior. Keep it from getting beat the fuck up.
But you can have just a suit of armor that's animated.
Both of you can make an Arcana check.
I actually did well.
Yeah, the both of you would know that a fully animate suit of armor would be
harder
super
than a zombie.
expensive and way more difficult to create than just raising a zombie and putting a suit of armor on it.
That's what I was
Okay.
thinking.
Like the animated suit of armor you fought in the Whitewood
Yeah.
was actually a super ridiculously expensive item.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So they just stuck a zombie in a suit of
Which
armor.
does raise far more questions about that suit of armor.
it would take months to enchant something like that on top of probably thousands of gold worth of materials and time and expertise spent. Whereas, I mean, somebody could cast animate dead and just put a nice suit of armor on it, and there you go.
Okay. So, yeah, it seems like they stuck a zombie in a suit.
Unless it's a possessed suit of armor, but that would take an even more precise necromantic ritual. It's possible, but less
Perfume
likely.
seems to indicate.
Perfume seems to
Yeah.
indicate that it's a zombie in a suit of armor.
Which, once again, considering how the hell they just use these things like tools, the tent could be empty while still, as far as they're concerned.
I guess. Why would they want it in here and not in the storage room?
There is also
Unless
a
there is
necromancy
another one.
signal.
I was just about to say, it's like, unless there is one in there.
Yes. So the only one that's not really accounted for is the one in the tent of the tiefling, because I never did actually see what was giving that off.
Nope.
Well, would she still be in there?
Did I see a bed or anything in
You
there?
did not see a bed in there.
Would you like me to check to see if I hear anything?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's right next door. Let's check that one out real quick.
Yeah, okay.
Make a listen check.
Cool, I do that.
You don't hear anything.
I do that. Okay. Sounds empty.
Did this tent? Well, so I don't think it's been 10 minutes. So, do I still detect the necromancy coming from in here?
You detect the necromancy coming from within there, and the tent itself has an abjuration effect on it.
Right. That's the one that. Well, what do you think? Do we go for it?
You do detect on top of that, you do detect a second abjuration effect. Yeah. Period.
Okay. So what do you think? Do we go for it?
You just want the peek in again to start?
Yeah, I was going to, but that still might trigger anything that's...
Well, if worse comes to worse, you can probably make us invisible.
Flap aside and look and see if I can identify where the necromancy is coming from.
You just
Without,
wanna-
hopefully...
Open up a little hole in it again.
Yes. I'm trying not to cross the threshold of it and trigger whatever might be this abjuration effect.
Okay.
And see if I can just see where the necromancy is coming from.
The room is described as it was previously. I feel like I have to look this up every time. I'm going to look it up again.
What are you looking at?
Yes, it is definitely more useful in this edition. Yes, you notice in one of the drawers of the desk that Sagana was behind when you originally met her. Inside one of the drawers, you get it seems to be the focus of that necromancy. You also see on the bottom drawer there is that secondary abjuration effect. But those drawers are
That's
facing
different.
away from you, so you just see the desk.
Gotcha. But they're on different levels, essentially. Like, they're not probably the same drawer.
Yeah, presumably the necromancy one is on a smaller top shelf up here, and then the bottom on the other side of the desk, closer to the ground, on another shelf, is the abjuration effect.
Just be a wand, or, I mean, is that worth possibly setting off alarms to go check?
Is it?
Like, 5th edition doesn't have any way to... Can you use Arcana to, like, study and try and figure out the effects of a spell? And is there even anything visible that would indicate what the abjuration effect around the tent might be?
I would say if you were a wizard who knew whatever spell effect was on this thing, I would give you an Arcana check to figure this out. Or even if you were...
The doc's knowledge of things?
Does he to be a wizard? He was studying.
Yeah, but he really was not good at it. Tapping into Zadok could be...
Not in practice. I was good at the scholarly part.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I actually have a proficiency in Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the whole story reason behind it, was he was really good at the studying, just couldn't actually do anything practical.
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. I've been rolling well until now. Not awful.
Not terrible.
Okay. It does look like a fairly simple spell that is on this within the abjuration school. It looks like it is probably a first level spell of the abjuration variety that encompasses the tent.
So, you think we could get Tully to dispel it? The problem is that would obviously give away that someone had been here.
Indeed. Problem is alarm.
Probably. Would make most sense.
Well, either way, if we're not going to go in, we might as well clear out of the area just in case we have already set anything off.
Fair. We can reconsider for tomorrow night, I suppose.
And you lace it back up and go about your evening?
This one wasn't laced, was it?
Well, it's not laced. It's tied in a few different places to keep it shut.
Okay.
You really just had to pull it apart between two of these lace ends.
Gotcha.
Two of these
Okay.
ties.
That was my thought.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
This one's not as secured, at least not physically secured.
Nope, but it's got magic.
And there's no undead soldier in it, which is, good.
Well,
Yeah, but the undead soldier's right, but they're both right next door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it makes sense since the description was essentially this is just kind of a research room that mainly contained her books.
Mm-hmm.
Contains something else.
Well, I mean, so the problem is necromancy isn't the presence of necromantic magic isn't a red flag necessarily, because this is a bunch of necromancers, sanctioned necromancers.
I would say they're not all necromancers.
No, but it's obviously there's a few because of the zombies, and it is put on by the Archmage of necromancy.
I know, I agree. It's not an immediate red flag, but it's just one of those. It's like things need to know.
So there's entirely possible that it's just some kind of control rod or other thing.
Yeah. Hopefully not a different kind of rod. I mean, that
So,
one would be really strong.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was artifact level.
It was an artifact.
Yeah. Well,
It's literally an artifact.
At this level, it might not blind you, but you would definitely know of its presence if it was here.
yeah.
I don't know.
No, I guess let's for now keep walking around like we're on guard, like we're actually supposed to be doing guard duty.
Yeah, fair.
Trying to think.
Did you want to pass by the excavation site and see if you can see anything?
I suppose.
That won't hurt.
It is, yeah. I don't know what I'd be looking for, but
I don't either, but probably won't hurt to check.
Okay.
yeah. I really want to tell Makaba what we're here for, because it would make life so much simpler.
But we've explicitly
I
been
know,
told
I
not
know.
to.
Mm-hmm.
Just a pain in the ass when you have to
Uh-huh.
hide things from the person directly in charge of wherever you're at. Like,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
God damn it, Malchus.
I'm telling you, the moment that we tell her is the moment that she drops alter self.
I know.
And Malchus, you're standing right there like, you fucking dumbass.
To be fair, though, that would be a super
I mean,
further emphasize Malchus' dickiness, because then he could have just said, "Hey, I'll be the one in charge. So if you need to work."
well, here's my question.
For someone who wanted a job done well, that would be really stupid, because that would handicap the fuck out of us.
But here's a question. Wouldn't you have gotten the spell effect off of Makaba?
I don't think I checked her.
You didn't check her.
Yeah, because that would have required being in
But
front
you
of her.
basically walked around the whole camp.
He walked around the camp during the day when everybody was at the dig site, and he didn't use detect magic until he was away from people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she could go by where she is and detect some magic.
I'm not doing that for what was essentially a joke originally.
Yeah, but there could be other things. Easiest way to undermine stuff is by being at the top.
Yes, well, there's also even more of a giant pain in the ass if that's the case.
Yeah? But at least we'd know then.
You look like you're thinking about something, Jack.
I know, Jack has been looking like he's thinking for a bit.
I'm always thinking about things.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
is that... Are you thinking about, like, something that needs to happen before we proceed, or...
No, what are you guys doing?
I mean, I
Going
guess...
by the dig site.
Yeah, walk by the actual excavation site, and I guess check to see if anything pings there. I don't really know what to expect, but...
Or if just anything looks odd.
Okay.
But to be fair, it's really the only, like, the big place I haven't checked, so...
Yeah. I should have been by to see if
No.
anyone was pocketing stuff instead of taking it to be further examined.
Going over to the cornered off dig site areas, you don't see nothing pings on your detect magic. You don't really see anything out of the ordinary. I will say However, I take that back. You do see... You do pick up with your detect magic a similar abjuration effect along the cordoned off dig site areas.
One guess what that is. To be fair, we weren't trying to go digging in them.
And another similar effect on the zombie corral.
Huh.
No, they are nothing if not cautious.
That's good.
Or paranoid.
Or wizards.
Yeah.
Which kind
Same
of
thing.
one and the same.
Yeah.
It's like, oh. Wouldn't you be in this sort of situation? Oh wait, we are in this sort of situation.
Feels like the pawn investigation all over again, where I feel like I'm missing
Shit.
the one thing I need.
You sure it
To
doesn't
move
feel like
forward.
the Lydia investigation?
What?
You sure it doesn't
No.
feel like the Lydia investigation? Because I wasn't there
No.
for... Akila wasn't there for the Dupont investigation.
I mean, just remember, sometimes investigations either take being really assertive or taking time.
Yeah.
And you guys are
Yeah.
always caught somewhere between the two. Not committing to actually doing an action, but not willing to just skip days at a time and see what happens.
Well, because that feels... I don't know. Like we've messed up somehow. Come on. Don't think we're going to get anything like this tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it for tonight.
Yeah.
Any thoughts from the sleeping people during shift changes? No?
Yeah, sleeping people.
Well, Tali's not sleeping, she's meditating. And honestly, I never really thought about what Tali thinks when she's meditating. I'll have to figure that out. We'll get back
I think
to
this is
you.
more about
I think he
the
means...
investigation.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. I guess whoever Sevgi's switching out with, I guess she would mention that she did someone wandering around, but it was really early in... I guess it was fairly early in her,
You did what?
in her watch, so I guess she'll mention that.
You did what?
And that she saw sneaking around.
I guess she'll mention that she did see someone wandering around.
Oh,
During
that
her
was the night
watch?
before. You've already. I'll say you've already communicated. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
then.
I'm pretty sure that even
Okay,
came
cool.
up during the day.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't know, did we see anything like that?
Oh, I got nothing then.
That was
think we
actually
were
seen.
focused.
That was actually seen during the day. At night, it's way too far out in the black for you to notice anything.
That's not what Stephanie's talking about, Jack.
Yeah, she was
Talking
talking about the
about
person sneaking into the other person's tent.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
That one woman.
gotcha. You two didn't expressly say you were going down to the sort of personal tents of people, though I assume you moved about at the very least. Whether you were
Yeah.
being investigative at the time, you didn't notice anybody moving around.
No sex noises.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I guess
so
so.
the next morning the sun rises. And the day
Damn.
continues as the previous days have, with excavation, zombies, and archivists and assistants moving about the place, going about their business.
What day is it now? Is it the 31st of Adam now?
Does Aiden have 31 days?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Let's consult
31st of Aiden refers to something.
Aiden has 39 days in it. It is one of the longer months.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Let's see. We got here on the 29th, then it was the 30th, 31st, and it is now the 32nd.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that
Which is-
morning,
Yes.
Omen will speak up. Probably not having taken a watch the night before, unless someone woke him up.
I mean, maybe the last watch. He
Sure.
would have been rested by then. Oh no, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
But he'll get up and it slipped my mind, or seemed not important yesterday, but one of the new arrivals, Arcanist Maxim, I believe he said his name was. He apparently pulls a bit more weight here. Frankly, I may have left a poor impression when I spoke with him. But it may be an avenue to get some more information if we want it. Or perhaps, since he already knows me, I can speak with him. But
You've made that sound like you don't think that necessarily the best avenue. You speaking.
right, I'm not particularly competent.
No, neither am I. You do know someone who's
So-
good at talking with people.
Me?
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Well, I do wonder, how do you feel being surrounded by all these mages? Not Tali.
Hasn't really bothered me so far.
Well, that's good.
Um,
Being jumpy would not be helpful. Extra
Mhm.
jumpy.
I figure I managed to hide well enough from Lorene for so long. Apparently, it's not. As long as it's smart, it's not quite as dangerous as I thought.
Well, they're also not looking for you.
Exactly. That's kind of the point. As long as I don't give them a reason to be extra suspicious. So the one thought I have had, I guess sleeping on it,
Mm-hmm.
the tiefling who seemed to be running the show in that tent from last night, the other day, I spoke with her very briefly. I did mention to her that I have at least some scholarly background,
Mm-hmm.
and technically we do have quite a bit of insight into Etrian culture.
You're talking
Ancient.
about Quintiama.
Well, just the fact that we've been in an ancient Etrian city that was still
Yeah.
at least partially standing.
Yeah,
I'm guessing that's more real-world experience than most scholars of the day have.
true. We also
I mean-
have probably better idea of.
There aren't too many or any Etrian ruins still standing, right?
Well, they wouldn't be ruins.
Learn from books and writings and leftover stuff like that, as opposed to actual.
Yeah, that's don't have them in their prime.
Make a history check.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you have heard tale of some more or less intact Etrian stuff. Ruins, forts, maybe the remains of some sort of outpost or fort, which really would be little more than, just the outlines of buildings at this point.
So there hasn't been a whole lot, very much like what we saw.
Nothing as well preserved as where you found Gwentiama.
Okay. Well, I've already told Melchizedek all about that.
So, my thought was, I could offer to assist in some way. Maybe ingratiate myself and either use that to possibly get more information, or find an opportunity to figure out what the fuck was in that drawer.
Yeah. Fair enough, but don't necessarily give everything away to her.
Well, I wasn't planning on it. It was more... That would be a logical way to kind of befriend some of these arcanists, is that I might actually be able to help with research.
Yeah.
Because the problem is, it'd be a lot easier if I was a wizard or something and could say, oh yes, I've, have... If I could use use magic and actually be open and honest about it, but I do actually have a scholarly background, and I have experienced Etrian culture in ways that most people haven't. And so without relying on actual arcane abilities, I could possibly be useful. And that could get me at least talking with people more freely than they normally would.
It's worth a shot.
And essentially be like, guard duty's been very quiet. I'm still here in case something happens, but I feel like I could actually assist in some way other than just walking laps.
Yeah. So here's a question. What are you going to do if something happens in front of all these wizards?
Well, we'll figure that out when it comes to it.
Okay.
I suppose the same thing I did up until I dropped a giant space void in the middle of a fight.
Okay, you mean use shocking grasp?
Anyway.
Be subtle.
Sorry.
Are we still talking in character here? I get a little lost sometimes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kind of,
Sort
yes.
of.
Like, this would be Andrew putting forth a plan.
Yeah. Sort of. But yeah, back to character. Sorry.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking something along those lines, but like me, I'm just like, interested in what they're doing, but I didn't think I would get very far doing that, because I don't really know much starting out with.
Yeah. Again, the best that any of us has is that most of us have been to actual Etrian ruins that were still standing. But he makes a point that he has.
Focus on what you want to get out of whatever you plan to do. Focus on what is actionable and what the goal of those actions is.
Yeah.
Well, so my thought is that, if people think if I can work closely with them, they might be more open. They might say things that, can direct, like, oh, so-and-so was acting a little strange, or, the things you would say to a colleague that you wouldn't say to some random security guard.
Okay.
And also, if they're more comfortable around me, coming and going from tents would not be as suspicious as the security guard just poking his head into a research tent.
Okay. So that sounds like ingratiating yourself to one or more people over the course of multiple days.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a slow work in progress thing, but right now it's...
Right.
about what I've got that I can act on.
Yeah, we're not just gonna roleplay one 10-minute conversation and all of a sudden you're best friends with somebody. But over the next 5 days or so, if you wanted to really get to know somebody and see if that's an in, we can do that.
It's all I've got right now, so yes, it's something that I can do.
Yeah. I had kind of wanted to watch the dig site, see if there's anyone acting sus.
And like I said, my specific person I was looking at was the damn it, I forgot her name.
The yellow tiefling.
Yes.
Sagana.
Sagana.
Okay. I couldn't remember her name either.
I wrote it down. I was just trying to find it again. Her, since like I said, she is the one I specifically mentioned. That when she said, "Oh, this is interesting to me. I don't know about you." I was like, "Well, I actually do have a scholarly background." So essentially, was going to work off that. Like,
Okay.
Maybe you could use the fact that you're from Estia to make a stronger connection to the Etrian scholars. Because you might have some more insight in the way things are.
like those are
Yeah,
fairly different
Estian
cultures.
culture diverged quite a bit from
Yeah.
Etrian.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of Estia. Was it was the elves that were like, I'm not part of this.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's not the survivors of Etria. It's the ones who were like, nah, I'm not with him, dude.
Okay. Yeah. Did not make that connection, which is cool because it wasn't important for me to make it.
So yeah, I think unless anyone has any objections, that's the plan I'm going to be working on executing for the next few days.
Okay.
Have at it.
Anything else from the rest of you?
No, I said I wanted to look over the people at the dig site.
Sure.
I'm not actually expecting anything, but I'm trying.
Anything else?
Omen's gonna go talk to Maxon.
Okay. Okay. Maxim is yeah, he is taking charge, now that it's the day after he's arrived. He is taking charge of the dig site immediately around the main mound here. So you can find him periodically doing laps around the whole mound itself, but usually staying to that one sort of sector that the tent is built around, slowly supervising and instructing an excavation down to presumably find some sort of entrance or start of whatever architecture may be under there or whatever. Unlike the other guy, he does not really pay you any mind until you get up to him and whatever you're doing.
Yeah, I'll on a semblance of a rotation, I will find him, recognize him, and walk up to him to initiate a conversation, assuming he isn't looking obviously too busy to speak with me.
When you approach, he does lift his head from the book that he's working on and sort of look in your direction and slowly turn back to the book.
Fancy seeing you here again, Archivist.
Yes, I heard this was why we met yesterday. Makes sense.
Forgive my crassness. I had spent an entire night sleeping under the stars with a pair of horses, trying to make sure they didn't get eaten or worse.
I can understand why that would be taxing.
Forgive me. I suppose...
You
I
there?
didn't-
No, grid D3. What were you saying?
Obviously have your plate full, so I'll keep this brief. I've been curious about your... I've been curious about something a bit more esoteric concerning this area. Specifically, the effects of the weave, or lack thereof. Pause for a second. And how that affects the undead. This area, I know, has a higher propensity for necromantic magics. I wondered if scouting missions, or I suppose experimentation with thralls, would help us understand the manner in which this area has begun to recede. One of your colleagues said that perhaps you would be the right person to converse about such things.
Right.
It's simply my professional curiosity, frankly.
Well, as an initial correction, there is certainly an arcane weave presence here. It is not an absence of the weave, more like an excitation of the weave. Experiments are being done, as well as scouting. It's not the purview of this particular site at the moment. We sort of have other things we are doing. I can say that the necromantic energies of the area do lend to some ease of the necromantic craft. Perhaps some very slight bolstering over time. I am actually keeping my eye on how these thralls develop over the weeks we plan to stay here.
Have you noticed any outward changes thus far?
No. But I have only been here one day.
You weren't here previous. I'm new to how the rotation works.
I was the last of me and my colleagues. Were the last batch, you could say.
Understood.
We've only been working here for about a week and a half, I believe.
Well, forgive me. Perhaps we could speak more in depth at another time. I'll be
Perhaps.
wandering around.
Jack does way too good of a job with that half-interested researcher bit.
Yeah, I'll walk out.
You and you. Focus over there, A6. Right?
You sunk my destroyer.
Checkmate.
Okay. So, for the rest of the day, everybody goes about the campsite, and you can go hang out with Sagana and some of her assistants. Oh, we only have an hour left. Okay. Because you're trying to ingratiate yourself with an ancient Etrian ruin and business that you would be familiar with the Blood Hunter Order keeping a tight lip on, how would you like to use this information?
Point. Top secret information.
I was surprised Tequila told Malkazir.
Oh, I planned to tell him.
So, out of character, was Ander is aware that no one is supposed to know about that ruin? Because at the moment, that's news to Steven. I could have forgotten, but...
I mean, sure.
I think, yeah, we kind of mentioned like it would be a shame if the, Arcane Census got its hands on this ancient ruin and just like messed it up. But,
I mean, you would know that the Arcane Census would love to hear about this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember specifically Linnea being worried about the experiments the Arcane Census would run on these stone people.
Yeah, we were more concerned about the people.
Right.
Which is a part of why in Akila's report she specifically mentioned that they're still conscious in there.
I mean, knowing about this site and everything that went down there isn't illegal information to have, but there would be a lot of questions asked.
So, the way I had planned on phrasing it was that I have experience with and am fairly comfortable doing research, that kind of thing. I have done some research on the Etrian culture because I forget exactly what we were doing, but I feel like there was something where I had looked into something that led to a bunch of information about the downfall of it and everything.
Yeah.
And then I was going to emphasize, we've, in our travels, and...
Well, there was that burial mound in Race.
Which wasn't Etrian, but...
No, but it was burial mound.
Specifically when it came to Etrian culture, I was going to mention that in our travels, we've come across some old Etrian... bits of Etrian ruins. Specifically, I have seen some ancient half-degraded murals that dealt with the thick and the bound.
They're still super going to want to know where that comes from.
Yeah, Ander
it was while we were out. Huh?
Ander do Ander.
Yeah.
Fair.
Any question, and my plan for any questions like that, oh, where was that at? We were hunting down some creature in the Whitewood, because, I mean, that part is known to at least some members of the census, that there was something out there turning people to rock. It was something we stumbled across while hunting this creature, because we had other things in our mind. I don't remember the exact locations, stuff like that, but I did stop to look at things because, as an academic, I did realize there was some significance to this.
Make a deception check, just to play off and play down.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, finally using a skill you were focused on. Yeah, you breeze right through that.
Basically, this kind of thing, actually.
Yeah, you're not a wizard, and you're only a scholar by personal interest, not by trade. It was just something you came across, and it was interesting. You don't remember exactly where it was at. You'd have to go tromping around the Whitewood if you want to find it again.
is partly true, actually.
Yeah.
It's not that far off from the truth.
Yeah.
Ander himself
Okay.
probably could not find that again.
So, yeah, that's good enough. That gives me a basis for how she would react to this extended conversation. And she is certainly interested in what you have to say. I assume you don't mention Gwentiama.
No.
Okay.
Not that we... So, not that we
You found a site
fought
and you found murals.
Gwentiama.
Yeah.
We found a site that seemed to have something to do with Gwentiama and something to do with her sisters.
Okay.
You mentioned her name?
Is that not known?
It's known.
Yeah. It's like something to do with specifically the sister that was in the mound and some of
Yeah.
the royal family.
The three daughters of the Mad King, Shailua, Ilthadet, and Gwentiama.
Yeah,
They
I'm
are
not mentioning that
known
we
legends.
fought Medusa Quintiama, but like,
Right.
yeah, we found stuff that was dealing with what y'all are researching. Because once again, that's a half-truth.
Yeah.
Much easier to work with.
Yep.
Yeah, careful, there were basilisks, though.
Okay. She is definitely very interested in what you have to say. It actually does distract her from her work for a little bit. She does actually try to press you on where this site was, but she is convinced that you don't remember. It's somewhere in the Whitewood in there. Just walk a couple days and don't get turned to stone.
There's enough things in there that I think would keep your average person out.
Right. You see, she is definitely taking notes about what you're saying. She opens up she flips to the end of her journal and just writes some new notes about what you're saying. She does make a joke. Well, this is exactly the first-hand information that is quite useful from you adventurous sorts. Perhaps I will check this out. Get there before the Arcane Census can.
Yeah, he'd probably laugh at that because he would understand that sentiment, actually.
Yes.
Yeah. So I assume you just spend the rest of the day and the next few days, depending on yada yada, helping catalog things and...
Yes, it's so the primary goal is to, yes, just get them comfortable enough with me that I can, like I said, they treat me like a colleague instead of a security guard, because I find that people tell their colleagues rumors and thoughts they've had that they wouldn't tell others. And then also, if there is a spare moment that I have alone or with no one watching, I would probably peek in that drawer and see what the fuck was giving off that necromantic aura if I can. Though, that's only if the very safe opportunity presents itself, because otherwise that would ruin the primary goal.
Yeah, you're not going to be alone in that tent.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
You get the... I mean, anytime that Sagana leaves, everybody else leaves with her. Nobody's in the tent without Sagana. It is pretty much her personal workspace.
That's what I figured, so that's fine. But yeah, just as I'm getting more comfortable, just trying to ask various questions about the dig site, about other personnel at the dig site, just trying to get any kind of leads or information that I can, while trying to frame it as much like just casual conversation.
Right.
And even actually stuff about what they found, like trying to get information on what's been unearthed, which was the other benefit of being a researcher with them, is I can see what's coming up and what might be of interest to a cult.
Okay.
It also lets me identify potential targets.
Because this is over a couple days, go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Okie dokie dokie.
taking your time on.
Damn it.
All right.
Really?
That says perception. You rolled the wrong.
Oh, mother.
That means you can roll again and try for a better result.
Yeah.
There we go. Much better.
Well,
Okay.
He walked into a post, but he convinced them.
I saw P and
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's like 3 skills that are PER
Perception, persuasion, for what?
performance.
One that none of us use.
One of the other far ones, the great fat thumb. Anyway. Okay, so. Over the next 2 days, we'll say, you do learn, and actually the rest of the group learns that there is some progress being made at the site. This is to say, because this is going to sort of time jump us 2 days, if there's anything anyone else wants to do within these 2 days.
I want to sit down and talk with Maxim more.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I want to try talking with Makaba again. Because I haven't burnt that bridge enough yet.
At this point, I want to see how long you can go without telling her your name before she just kicks you out.
Actually, I was totally gonna tell her my name this next
okay.
time.
Yeah, honestly, Tala will probably just keep an eye on the direction of the southwest where that movement came from, see if there's any more movement, if it happened, like
Probably
how
a
often
good
it
idea
happened. Yeah, make a note of that. Like, is it like on a regular basis? Is it random? You know, that kind of thing.
Don't we still have the spyglass kicking around?
Spyglass barely worked in the first place.
Yeah,
I know.
that thing's
I
broken.
Burnt and frozen.
It's a bit scratched up, if I remember.
Okay.
It was back to begin
So.
with, and it's been through extreme cold.
That's right, I forgot. I always
What?
forget how terrible that thing is.
Jack never wanted me to use that as an actual spyglass. It was never intended to be that.
Well, a spyglass is worth, what, like 1,000 gold? And this was one of the first
Why
items
is
you
it
found,
worth
so.
that much? That seems a bit much for a bit of metal and glass.
Because glass mirrors, in particular, are quite... we don't need to get into this.
It's a fine piece of metal and glass.
The next day,
Yes.
Maxim would be, again, supervising the dig around the mound itself. And you can see he's actually set up... There's the main dig site that wraps around the southeastern slope. And then you can notice that he does, on his occasional walks around the whole circumference of the mound, he does seem to plant stakes just in certain areas as he goes by. But he's otherwise doing the same thing he did the other day, and you can approach him just as you did. Hello, you again.
Yeah, I was more thinking, like, not during his working hours is what I was trying to do, because that's what I told him I was going to do.
Sure. In that case, I will say, if you're particularly looking out for him, he gets up, and in the morning, he gets up and heads straight to the main archival tent to talk to Makiba and stuff in there. Then he goes immediately to the dig site, stays there throughout the day. He does get one of his assistants to go bring him food, which he actually has at the dig site. And then he stays there till about sun goes down. And you can tell the living assistants that work with him get a bit frustrated and tired, and they're the last of the living people to tend to the dig site. You get the sense that he works longer hours than everybody else. Then he goes to the dig site, and just like Makiba, the and just like Makiba does, he gets food and leaves the tent, leaves the cafeteria, and heads to down into the personal tent areas if you want to follow him there. He really doesn't give off any open socialization vibe, period.
Say.
Yeah, so I would make my presence known, and if he allowed me and didn't stop me, would follow him to his personal tent. He was taking his supper.
Okay, you can walk with him. He is actually carrying a tray, and he puts a like a cloth over the food, and actually places his book down on the tray and continues to reference things and jot down some notes.
Yeah, I really don't have anything more specific than what I've already asked here. I'm just trying to posit the same theory and interest in what happens when you send the undead in, and hiding the fact that Malkazir has already told me that he has done that, and the undead do not come back.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to try to get Maxim's take on things. Frankly, don't want to take up too much time, because I don't think this is actually going to get us anywhere roleplay wise.
Okay.
It's just what I am doing at the end.
Yeah, you can continue this conversation while he walks to what you assume is his personal tent. He does stop outside the tent to continue this conversation. He doesn't go in, let alone offer you, admittance. But more of the same, in his usual dismissive, sort of superior way of talking. Yep. I mean, now that you're bringing it up again, and perhaps in a little bit more detail, posing more questions, showing that you're a bit more than just some guy who swings a sword, he starts to open up a little bit more, or at least relate a little bit more. Yeah, you definitely catch that he has an interest in all of this. He is keeping a close eye on the undead, and is on top of his work here, documenting any changes in behavior, any changes in how well they respond to commands, any changes in how much they can lift, or how fast they can move, or how intelligent they seem to be, or how...
On that point, have there been any indications that the undead are perhaps becoming more autonomous, breaking away from those who summoned them, or those who command them? That would intrigue them.
At this point, no. Most of these undead, the longest of the ones have been here, I believe, is about 2 weeks. 10, 11 days, if I remember correctly. I haven't noticed any dismissiveness or insubordination. I would doubt that any greater ranging autonomy is possible. These thralls have a fraction of a soul within them. There isn't enough left for them to be truly sentient. The only thing I would be concerned about is whether they stop listening to orders, not really if they can come up with any orders of their own. At worst, they would turn into uncontrolled undead and seek to kill the nearest living thing.
I like how dismissively that's at worst.
He's not wrong.
I think there's a cleric.
Good thing there's quite a few people who can do some stuff.
We do have means around that. Now, any greater forms of undead, that would certainly be interesting, but that requires very high sanctions. And we're not there yet.
Perhaps one day.
Not everybody gets an Alessandra.
A normal elven woman? Completely normal? Nothing weird about
Perfectly
her?
normal. Except she doesn't breathe.
So, these thralls have stayed here, and I believe you know it was the one I spoke to before. They change hands, yes? Is that the practice, or does everyone... I know you and your colleague brought your personal thralls.
Yes, a few of us do have our own. The others here in the corral are simply taken as they are needed. Though some do assign some level of familiarity to their resources.
Take a zombie, leave a zombie.
I haven't found any one individual to be any more competent than the others.
They are tools, after all, fashioned similarly. Same usefulness, generally.
Generally.
And what of the greater beings beyond? I know some people have spoken of ones they have seen walking through the wastes.
Huh. Greater beings beyond. Sure.
Sorry.
Those out there.
Yes.
I thought you were getting,
No, sorry. I suppose I shouldn't be so cryptic. I simply do not know how to refer to them, as I've not seen them close up.
As far as I know, nobody really has. Not anybody who has returned in any intelligible state. I couldn't say if they are of any greater usefulness, cognitive ability, form, function.
At the very least, we can posit that their fortitude is vastly superior.
Perhaps, suffused with the energies of the area.
It will certainly take more time, but I would be curious to see how much, if at all, the ones here would be bolstered by it. Frankly, if I had started on my path earlier in life, that this was, he says, sort of fidgeting around with the arcane focus he uses, which, not that anybody else would notice, probably, but is in the shape of a skull. It's just a white stone.
Omens of the Cove of the Worms, get them! Yeah, okay.
Knew we couldn't trust him.
If it's not made of a baby skull, it's not Cult of Worms.
I thought they were baby bones. I don't know that we had a baby skull at any point. That's not the point, though.
Right.
this field and the practical uses thereof is always quite fascinating, frankly.
Yes.
It's good to speak with someone else who posits the same queries.
It is literally controlling the bounds of life and death. It's the most noble of the arcane arts, in my opinion.
I should let you get to your food before it gets any colder. Please. Excuse me.
Yes, thank you.
Just like the bodies he plays with.
Okay. Yeah, he goes into his tent and you go about your evening.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna keep a mental note of where his tent is.
okay, you do so. Okay.
Omen will remember where the tent is.
Owen remembers this. Yeah. Throughout that day, not only did he stake some areas around the outside of the mound, you notice that they have been making progress on the front section of the mound, and it looks like they may have found some opening. Covered, but it looks like there's some archway, some architecture that looks like they might be able to dig further out of, and it might be a way in. Or it could be a crumbled wall, who knows, but they found something. They found some level of architecture. Likewise, they've been uncovering what looked like another room, and some of the archivists seem to think that it was some sort of either armory or ceremonial, someplace they stored weapons and armors and other practical wartime gifts for the afterlife. No bodies were found in there, at least at this point. And again, most of it bronze work. So none of it's really functional. Most have been rusted away to the point where it's too thin to be really practical to use any of it, or otherwise deteriorated. So they over the course of the next 2 days, they're definitely making some progress.
Oh, I did say I wanted to talk with Makaba.
You can talk with Makaba again. Let's do
Yep.
that. Where are you flagging her down?
Because
just like Maxim, she does the same thing. She works, she eats, she sleeps.
I would probably waiting for her outside of one of the tents that she goes into.
Okay. Her personal tent, the main archivist tent. I suppose
Uh,
she would
the-
occasionally go over to Sagana's tent.
The archivist tent, probably. Said just wait outside it.
Okay. Eventually, she leaves for. We'll say she comes out to head over to Sagana, and you can flag her down there.
Tequila.
Is that a name?
Mm-hmm.
I'll assume that's your name. Hello, Akila. As I said, I am
Yes,
Makaba.
yes, I know. But I've been keeping pointless things.
Not a trusting line of work, I take it?
Not especially. Mostly you were supposed to trust the people you're with on a regular basis. Everyone else is frequently a bit more questionable. But Malkazir sent us here because he is concerned. And that makes me concerned.
She does raise an eyebrow at that.
Well, why else do you hire guards? is the Archmage of Necromancy.
Oh, I know, dear.
That wasn't to inform you. But he is concerned about this.
I would imagine he is.
Like I said, he's concerned enough to hire outside people.
Right.
So why are you not more concerned?
Because Malkazir is always concerned. I am always concerned.
Mm-hmm. How far out into the fields can people go before they suffer ill effects?
We are about just under 2 miles within the border at this campsite. I believe one of our scouts did return from about 3.5, 4 miles in, and only suffered a few weeks of terrible pain.
And then recovered?
Yes, mostly.
Okay. Mostly.
There's some residual numbness.
Where?
Everywhere. This is a very dangerous place. This
I
is why
know.
we
I wasn't
rotate
sure if
people
it
in
was in extremities or
mostly
something a bit-
extremities. Yes.
So that was a living scout. Can the undead go further then?
They can. They do not tend to, from what I understand, return from any greater distance.
Are they destroyed or does something else happen?
We don't know.
Okay.
Yes,
so
it
you
is
cannot
concerning.
tell. So you cannot tell if they are destroyed or not.
No. Whatever this excitation of the weave is, it does seem to, past a certain distance, interfere with even divination magics. Past a certain point, there is no simple communication between such mindless creatures.
But you do know there are other creatures out there. Possible those could be the cause rather than some malfunction with them.
Perhaps. We have studied this area, this bordered area, for a few months before committing to this site. We have not seen any encroachment anywhere near this area.
So, was it the mound that cued you into this site?
Yes.
Well, I come from a place where we don't bury our dead. So, mounds like that are odd to me.
I assume you have some sort of ceremonial ground.
Yes, they're the bone fields.
Interesting.
Rocky ground, it's very difficult to bury them there. So they are left for excarnation by predators or scavengers, really.
Quite. Some of the aboriginal tribes of Linmus do a similar cave burial, where they are left to some of the subterranean vermins of the cave networks. Some of them even retrieve the remains after a certain amount of time and burn the bones in a ritualistic ceremony. It is quite interesting.
I'm sure. Are there many mounds like that one?
There are a number of cultures that utilized burial mounds, yes. As far as intact Etrian ones, not for several hundred years.
I mean, I can see why it would stay intact out here. But it is interesting.
This
that it
area is quite well
out here.
preserved.
Yes, it is interesting that it is out here.
Well, further afield was the center of the Etrian kingdom, and this, on the outskirts of all of that, is not far from where we presume the final battle, or one of the at least lead-ups to the final battle, occurred. It would be difficult transporting even the remains of an entire army.
Yes.
Burial on the spot isn't uncommon.
Yes, but the this was something that, even if it had originally been buried on the spot, they would have had to come back for this sort of structure. Burial mounds like that would take time to construct.
Yes?
So, I said, even if it was a battle site where she fell.
Oh yes, this would have taken weeks, if not months, to build.
Yeah. So the placement's just interesting.
Why?
No, it's interesting, but you did mention that the capital was not that far away. So perhaps it becomes less so with that. In mind. I'm afraid that my grasp of the history of the area is not at its best.
Long before it was this wasteland, it was a lush and verdant forest.
It's hard to imagine. But then again, I have also seen the Whitewood.
Another direct result of whatever confrontation the Mad King brought upon himself.
Yes, so I've heard. I had another thing I was going to ask and I forgot it.
Well, I really must be returning to some of my work, but if there is anything else you'd like to discuss, you know where to find me. You know you are allowed in the tent. I mean, try to stay out from underfoot, but if you need something...
Underfoot, that's not usually my problem. Just making a joke about being so tall. I know. I didn't want to be so intrusive this time.
She nods and makes her way to Sagana's tent.
I said I had another thing I wanted to ask, but then it just went...
Okay.
Because I was listening to you talking as her, and I was like, oh, wait, no, there it went. Good question, too.
Okay. So, we're going to jump to, because we're taking some time letting things progress and getting to know people.
Tali didn't notice any more movement in the distance, did she?
Make a perception check.
Perception.
No, didn't notice anything.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. So over the next 3 days, so between the 22nd and the 32nd and the 35th, there's...
Real quick, because I just realized I was talking to no one because I was muted. Explains why I asked the question twice and no one acknowledged me.
We just don't like you. You haven't figured this out yet?
I was real mad at Arlene. She just like cut in, and it was like, oh.
Sorry.
Arlene don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong.
Don't mean to interrupt.
You didn't.
Yeah. The 3 days that I've been in the days that I've been working with Sagana, at any point has she gone into that drawer, the drawer I'm focused on, with the necromancy thing? Like, I'm wondering if it's just something completely innocuous that.
Be nice.
And she's gone in and pulled it out, or at some point, and I was like, oh, well, that was stupid.
What did you roll on your persuasion check? A 19. Just trying to determine how comfortable she is with you.
Probably pretty comfortable.
Yeah, there are other things in that drawer, and you don't get. She does eventually open it, and you do inside see not only you see a wand, which is presumably the source of this necromantic energy. Without further examination or a more thorough detect magic, you don't know what it is, but you see a wand in there.
Okay.
You also see a series of different inks, a stack of paper, some spools of thread, some different pouches and vials of different herbs and various arcane components.
Normal stuff you would expect to see in a wizard's.
This is a wizard's pencil drawer, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I figured. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Okay.
suddenly he disappears, never to be seen again in that tent.
So eventually I will tell you what has gone on in these last 3 days.
Yeah, sorry. We keep
No,
changing the subject.
Yeah,
Continue.
you guys keep finding things you want to do, and that's fine.
We're trying. We're just
Okay.
good at it.
How many things do I now need to cover?
All of them.
all of the things, and we have 10 minutes left. I don't know what we did
Well,
for
it
the last
started.
5 hours, but
Poorly investigated?
so
Yeah.
yes, they have begun to uncover some sort of storage room or ritualistic storage site or after dead storage site or afterlife storage site, something. It looks like they found some possible means inside the main mound, closest to one of the smaller mounds, not the larger big mound towards the apex of the general mound. They found a number of usual archaeological finds, more ceramics, more mundane bronzeware of various kinds, amphora with various residues still stuck to the inside.
What do they smell like? Never mind, don't. Just keep going with your summary.
Ander, talking with Sagana, she does, after a couple days, sort of offhandedly make a few jokes about how annoying and ass-kissy Lonathan can be.
that the one we met the first day?
You get the sense that that's who she's talking about. Yeah. She does tend to. She tends to leave Maxim be, unless their professional. Their work requires their consultation. Not that there's any sort of bad blood, they just don't vibe. And you could clearly see that. She's much more personable than he is. She seems to have a rather nice demeanor with the assistants that she keeps.
Considering how friendly she was when I accidentally just poked my head in the tent. Yeah. That was kind of why I was like, oh, she seems like she might be receptive.
You learn that she is going to have to rotate out. Yeah, actually on the 36th, which is coming up. Yeah, and she seems to be warming up to the different tales you can tell and your assistance in cataloging and various things. She's basically treating you like one of the other assistants. Aquila, make both a perception check, just sight, and an insight check. This is for you keeping an eye on the dig site and the people working there. Yeah, perception check. You don't see anybody that looks like they're pocketing anything from the ground. It's hard to keep an eye on everybody all the time, but you don't see anybody who clearly finds something of significance and tries to obfuscate it. Most of what they're finding at this point is fairly mundane and usually small things. But anytime they find a weapon or a shield or some sort of armor or some kind of ceramic bust or something, there's definitely a spectacle made of it, and you don't notice anybody trying to cover it up. There is definitely increased interest in the areas around the mound where they think their stuff is. In particular, whatever entrance area this is. There's a stake over, sort of in the same proximal area by the other mound. You get the sense that might be a likely marker for where another entrance might be. And then there's a number of stakes along the exterior that Maxim put there. Over the couple days, Maxim and some of the workers actually do go over and sort of stake down a tarp over some of them, but not all of them. And it looks like they're starting a very small, like, single box grid excavation at those sites. But it's harder to keep an eye on those because they're on the other side of the camp. So you have to very purposely sort of leave your patrol to go around the other side of the hill. You do notice that one more group has come and gone. This time, one of the lead archaeologists and 3 of the workers have left, and another archaeologist has come in. And 4 workers. Again, speaking with Makaba, everyone seems to be rotating on schedule. Anything in particular you guys would like to do during the night shifts while we were passing these couple days?
I suppose, like, for me, when I'm patrolling, kind of try and... Since I do have dark vision, I don't necessarily need a torch or walking around the camp. I guess trying to be somewhat quiet about it and see if I notice anyone else moving around the camp at night.
Mine was mostly going to be listening for movement as well. I mean, his might be looking for movement, mine would be listening.
For me, it'd be watching for movement further in the Fields of Peace.
Again,
Oh,
again
a
at night you
little
can't
earlier.
see far
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
That'd be during the day.
True.
Yeah.
Oh, well, during the day then.
Yeah.
Probably.
And we already rolled for that. You didn't notice anything.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine.
The stakes that Maxim put up around the mounds there, are they within the excavation site, or are they accessible around the outsides?
They're on the outside of the mound. They're not part of a previously cordoned off dig site.
They're new extensions of it. Or just new sites.
Yeah, just new sites.
And I would say specifically the places at night that I would be looking for anyone trying to go into and out of, or the storage tent, the quarantine tent, and the
the three big ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
four big ones, and because there's also
Right.
Makima's major research
yeah, I
tent.
mean, I'd also want to check around the dig site.
Okay. Christian, was there more to that thought?
Sorry.
Yes, I was
Sorry.
going to during my watch just sort of stake out what they would be, try to make slowly mapping out what areas could potentially be under these areas that he's marked out. Trying to see if he's looking for anything specific, or basically I'm in.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying to mark those positions and using what has already been uncovered and what I've seen, trying to figure out if he's looking for entrance, or I'm just curious about what Maxim is interested in, seemingly interested in.
Okay. So you just want to draw a simple map of the mound and pinpoint where these are, and
I'm not going to draw anything.
Okay.
I'm just going to be inspecting, drawing. Yeah.
Okay. Are you using any extraordinary means to do this, or are you just pondering?
Just curiosity.
Okay. Yeah, one of the stakes looks like it could be generally in that same vector where an entrance was found, correlating to the other further in mound. Similarly, one on the complete opposite side of the dig site. It looks like there are two stakes there that might be Maxim's best guess at where an entrance would be. There is 1, 2, 3 other stakes that have been placed, but seeing as you don't know what's underneath the mound, you don't really know what sort of architecture, if there is any, that might meet up to those 3 locations, unless you have any other thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, I really don't have anywhere else I was
Okay.
going to go from there. It's just
Okay.
interested in that.
Right.
My watch.
But you have marked the locations mentally. Okay. I am making notes. Okay. Who else had something I needed to get to? Ander, what were you doing?
So you mentioned anything people would want to do at night
Mhm.
over the course of their watches. So specifically, I am
Right,
not
keeping an
using
eye
a
out.
torch on my watch
Mhm.
and trying to see if anyone's moving around those the tents where artifacts might possibly be being stored or examined.
Right. Okay. Make a perception check, and Aquila, you can make a listen check. We'll do this all at the same time. And if Tali and Sevgi also want to make perception checks, they can as well, as you guys are rotating. At this point, I'm assuming that Omen is largely taking, leaving his reserves open for day shift. Okay.
I did good.
Okay.
Well, if there's anything going on, we hopefully saw it.
I heard it. I
So-
didn't see shit.
Ander, yeah, keeping an eye on this sort of central area of the campsite, the work sites. Once work hours has completed, they are secured and they are left alone. Nobody really bothers them. You do notice one of the nights, Sagana does actually, after she closes up the tent, after she has her meal and goes back to her tent, 15, 20 minutes later, you just happen to notice that she's back in her work tent, her library tent, but she doesn't stay for long and heads back, laces everything up, or ties everything up. But once night falls, nobody really bothers that area. I'm going to say that Aquila and Tali were on the same shift, because that's probably how it would have worked out anyway.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Yeah, Aquila, you hear it first, but you do hear some very extremely muffled footsteps over in the sort of where people are staying tent area.
Okay.
Yeah, and eventually you sort of steer your patrol over in that direction, and Aquila, you don't see it, but Tali will. You see a young woman slip into a tent sneakily.
Is it the same
Sneakily.
tent that Sevgi pointed out?
Yeah, we'll say
before?
she pointed out, and yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same tent and presumably the same woman. Aquila,
Should find out who's
you hear hushed conversation. Nothing you can make precise words out of unless you purposely want to get like up to the tent. With a natural 20, I say if you want to commit to this action, I can give you something. But right now, you're
Yeah,
a couple
I was
tents
like, I
down.
would, just to sort of make sure of what's happening.
Okay.
It's like, look, if it's sweet nothings, I don't care.
Okay. Yeah. You get to that tent. You can hear three voices in there: the woman and presumably two men. There is there is definitely a hushed tone to them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of "Oh, we weren't expecting you tonight. Oh no, don't leave." Um, there's some touching noises and some lip smacking noises.
Okay.
Some giggling.
Have fun.
So just hooking up then. Nice.
That's what it sounds like.
You probably investigate further to make sure.
Cut a hole in the side of the
You were
tent.
listening and-
Review style.
You know what I would do? I just give the side of the tent a little. See if
You're
there's some.
you're gonna swat the tent.
Why
Oh,
not?
dude. Oh, god damn it.
Okay. Yeah. There's no change.
Huh. I was expecting some.
Let them have their fun.
Well, no, I'm not necessarily trying to ruin it. Just so it's like I was expecting some surprise out of that.
There is some small talk, like real mundane, like how is your day? What did you find? In between, like heavy breathing and.
Fucking nerds.
What's your theory on this thing we found?
God.
Assuming you leave before you hear anything,
Yes.
you don't
Yes.
particularly want to be a participant in.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is Aquila we're talking about.
that is true.
I am not that bad.
Not with these types, at least.
I'll say, you participated in an orgy.
Yeah, but it was an orgy that was going to happen whether I was there or not.
That was a dedicated religious ceremony. Thank you.
It also happened to be an orgy.
That she was not a part of that religion. For her, it was just an orgy.
Technically, they kind of observe all the gods in Genavia. It's like, you have the one that you're really dedicated to, but you observe them all.
It's a
More or
very
less.
inclusive religion. Very open.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're leaving out the other time with the blacksmith.
Yeah.
That was
I'm going
more
to,
normal.
but before we get drawn
Yeah.
on that tangent, because we're going
Go,
over,
Yeah.
I'm going to roll those perception checks into the next evening. We'll say it's the night of the 35th at this point. And you two on patrol hear yeah, you both hear over a few tents down, kind of on the other street. There's sort of two parallel sections of these tents. Over on the other side, you hear a person scream. A male voice, presumably. There is a crash, and Aquila, you pick up a ripping sound, tearing sound.
Okay, go on and check that out.
Okay.
Like running in that direction.
The two of you run over in that direction, leaving your other three sleeping comrades out in the tent on the other side of the
You
campsite.
can still ascending, Tolly!
Charging.
I assume the scream would wake him up, right?
I mean,
You can use a quick sending.
you're on the other side of generally a football field-sized area. It could
Okay.
potentially wake them up, depending on how sound a sleeper they are.
You can still also ping them.
Oh yeah, I'll ping and Sure.
I knew it was
Okay.
gonna be him.
Ander, who just in the last hour and a half or so just managed to get to sleep after taking first watch and being up for 14, 16 hours or so. You hear Tali's voice in your head.
Tali!
We hear a scream and some like ripping and tearing and crashing noises on either side of camp. We might need some backup. So get up and get everyone else too, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Ander just
So
assumes it's a
Ander-
weird nightmare
Ander-
about.
Right.
No.
In your sleep, you find yourself in this sort of eldritch landscape similar to the forests of Race. You find yourself trying to run away from a burial mound, but you're moving so slow. Your whole body feels heavy. Eventually you drop down to your hands and knees, continuing to crawl as fast as you can, continuing to look back as if something is chasing you, but you don't know where it is. You can't see it in the darkness. You break through the tree line and you see a large, writhing, twisted, petrified tree. Hanging from it, grabbed by the neck, is Tali, who, in a cheerful, smiley voice, says what she just said.
Would you like to wake up now?
Or does he just assume he's having a weird nightmare and try to roll back over and go deeper to sleep?
We will say at...
No.
Oh, come on.
roll a percentile for me.
Okay.
Okay.
He's asleep.
Yeah, you stay asleep.
Nah.
I knew that's what it was when you made that reaction.
Yeah, so when Tali says this, you see she goes back to her normal smiley face, and oil just begins dripping out of her eyes and nose and the corner of her mouth and her ears, and it just forms a puddle beneath her, which expands, and a writhing, oily tentacle jumps out at you and pulls you deeper inside of it.
I don't hear a response. I guess I'd probably
Tali,
try,
you
Seb.
hear Anders screaming back.
Undercrack then.
That's new. I haven't heard that response before.
Anders having a night terror, a psychic night terror.
I mean,
Wow,
it's not like we don't
okay.
know the thing in his head is pretty terrible.
Man, I actually don't appreciate that Zadok is still part of the Night Terrorists.
I do.
I was hoping that
so-
we'd come to terms now.
These are the terms.
Yeah.
Okay, so we heard a scream, and now Anders also screaming. I'm like,
Anyway,
what the heck is going on
We're
here?
we're gonna wrap it up there because we're already 15 minutes over. So
Yeah.
we will leave you, the two of you, running towards whatever sound this is. It's not far, but you do kind of have to take a U shape around some of the areas.
Yeah.
Another damn cliffhanger.
Yeah, I mean this was supposed to happen a few hours ago, but whatever.
Don't make us feel bad, Jack.
No, it's great. Yeah, you guys are rushing to this sound. Tali, you have sent a sending spell, and very unexpectedly got Anders screaming in the back of your head in response. And we are going
He can
to...
only scream for 25 words.
Yeah, that's true.
So, is a scream just one word?
It is just one word, so it just keeps going until... No. No, you get a short, 30-second burst of Ander screaming. And we'll call it there.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay.
Well, the good news, at least a couple of tankier characters have run into this alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's where I gotta call it. I want to keep playing. I really want to keep playing, but
It's okay.
It's,
We'll be back.
that's where we gotta call
we
it.
won't be back next week.
No.
We
Oh,
won't
sit on
be back next week.
Ah.
Oh, no.
I mean, play anyway. No, we can't. Dang. Okay.
It
Yep.
sucks because I don't have anything to do that day.
Me neither. But that's okay. I'll probably find something to do.
I know. It's like I can find things. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, no. I'd rather leave on a cliffhanger, and I can't. I'm not going to assume that we could wrap up whatever this is in
No.
any reasonable amount of time.
No, this is
Probably
us.
not.
Let's not pretend.
If we weren't streaming, I guess I would ask if you guys could go for another hour and a half, but usually you can't, so it doesn't matter anyway. Man, okay. So we're just about getting to an inciting event of this story arc. Okay. Well, an interesting, if prolonged, investigation session.
It was
It's still
apparently
better than
90
Lydian, where there were
because-
weeks where nothing happened.
Hmm?
Still better than Lydian, where there were weeks where nothing happened. It was our fault, but
I think we're doing better this time.
IRL weeks, not in-game
Yeah.
weeks.
no,
but-
in-game weeks, real
yeah,
weeks.
Yeah. I mean, things happened. They just weren't productive things.
Didn't make it better.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of good roleplay. A lot of interesting questions were asked. I think you ascertained some... You got to know some of the NPCs, which is nice. Not necessarily the NPCs I expected. Some of them, but not all of them.
Which ones did you think we would go to that we didn't?
Don't worry about it.
That's his phrase.
Yep. All right. Well, I guess I got to wrap up here. There's only so much humming and hawing I can do. So. Right. Well, I think a lot did happen this session. We didn't get to any combat or any climactic event, but
I wore my Eat for Initiative shirt for nothing. But
yep.
that's okay. I'll wear it again next time.
Yep.
I'm just in my.
I wore it just in case.
I'm in pajamas.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's cool too. Pajamas.
I haven't left the house in a week and a half.
Okay. Yeah. We'll wrap up here. Unfortunately, we won't be having a game next week. No game on the 26th, which is the day, right? Yeah, the 26th. No game next week on the 26th. It is the day after Christmas, and enough of us have plans that we won't be able to do anything, which is fine because I assume a lot of viewers may still have plans or family or friends over. So we're going to skip next week, take our own holiday off. Enjoy Christmas, enjoy the new year. We will, however, be back on the 2nd. There's nothing stopping us from getting the game kicked off top of the new year. So we got to sit on this cliffhanger for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's all right.
Yep.
So I know I said this last week, but join us next session because it's gonna be really awesome. We're gonna get to that inciting event, and damn it, cool things are gonna happen. There will be undead involved. I promise. Whether I have to
there were
march a
technically
whole
undead involved
undead
this
horde.
week too.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. So I have some interesting notes that I need to take because there was a lot of nuance today. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this session. I think there was a lot of really cool developments, a lot of cool roleplay, and a lot of setting up for interesting events and interesting knowledge and hindsight sort of situations. So same spiel as at the top of the show. If you enjoy what we do, tell people about it. That's the best way to help us out. Tell your family and your friends and your own D&D groups. I'm hoping that our show is interesting to people who don't even play D&D, or people who want to get into D&D. We don't use a lot of the rules. We don't do a terrible amount of rules explaining, but I hope it's an interesting story and depicts the hobby well. So if you like it, tell people you like it. Check us out on the socials, which at this point is really just Twitter and Discord. I post any of my announcements on Twitter. The other games I'm in, any sort of Patreon or Discord drops we do, I announce to Twitter, which should be happening with a bit more frequency. There will be codex entries posted for the hero tier on Patreon, which will eventually, after a week or two, trickle down to the lower tier Discord channel. And the more we see interest in that, the more interesting things we will devote to those resources. So check us out there. And it costs nothing to go down to the Discord channel. So if you just want to say hi to us, help us with our tinfoil hat polishing, discuss crazy theories, and just generally hang out and ask questions.
Share memes.
Yeah, share memes. Memes are a big thing. We have a whole meme channel, which is the most popular channel there is, because I guess memes are cool. I guess.
Dank
Sure.
memes are.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dank fresh memes.
Yeah, all the memes are dank.
We
We only share the dank precious memes.
Does dank and fresh go together?
All right.
Those two words don't feel like they go together.
Totally. When it
losing
comes to
things.
memes, yes.
Uh,
The
Anyway.
dankiest and freshiest.
There's a bunch of ways, a bunch of places that you can support us down in the cards or in the YouTube description. So go check those out so I can stop rambling.
Can you stop rambling though,
I
Tim?
don't think so. It really just, I keep
Okay.
going until somebody makes me turn the camera off.
Okay,
Turn the
I think
camera
we
off,
need to
Jack.
stop now, Jack.
All right. Cool.
We should just let you keep going and see how many days. Just
Say
Too
goodnight,
many.
Jack.
Yep. No, that's what I got.
Good night, Jack.
Thanks for joining us. Check us. We won't be back next week. We will be back on the 2nd. I will be playing some Star Trek on Tuesday at 7 o'clock. I will also be playing some Cyberpunk on Wednesday at 8 o'clock. So check me out
Definitely
there.
check those out.
I think they're really fun.
Those are both.
Oh yeah, but I've been watching.
I think they're really fun.
Disappointed that Cyberpunk wasn't on this week.
Yeah, we missed some weeks, but there's reasons for that.
Yeah,
That come
Yeah.
up every now and then.
it happens.
So if you want some sci-fi, various flavors of sci-fi with your fantasy, go check us out there.
I know, you've got opposite ends of the scale on optimistic versus pessimistic.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll leave it there. We're going to go do an after show. This is going to be a Meteor after show because we skipped our after show last game. So we'll discuss last game and this game and see where things are headed. So if you want to see that, again, pop over to Discord. Not Discord, Patreon.
Forward. They are heading forward.
Forward. All right. Cool. We're gonna get out of here. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your holidays. Enjoy the new year. Everybody, stay healthy, stay happy, have fun. Better luck next year, everybody.
God,
All right.
yes.
Catch everybody in 2 weeks.
Please.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.